live.
There we go. There we go. Why didn't it not do that for me?
I
Anyway.
guess everyone out there, I have the powers of God apparently. I have a button that said go live, and here we are. We're glad you're here.
Yeah.
Whoever you are, Donald, I know you're out there. Welcome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Don
just
is kind of the one who alerted me to the fact that we weren't live, even though we were
Thank,
talking to the non-existent audience we thought we had.
thank you, Donald.
But maybe technical difficulties aside, we're here. Welcome anybody who has stuck with us over these last 20 minutes of difficulties.
no this thing, hold on, because it's saying that I don't know that we
Said we are live. He sees it.
okay. Okay.
So hopefully we're on. People can see us. People can hear us. I'm sure they'll let us know in the comments if we can't. But we are less than 10 minutes away from the start of the draft, or at least what the opening ceremony of that looks like. A lot of times it's them saying, hey, the draft is officially open, and now you get to wait 10 minutes for a pick that we've all known is going to be for the last 2 months. I'm not exactly sure why they do that to us every year. First 5 picks shouldn't take more than a minute to turn in that card, because barring, you're just expecting those trade talks to come in and such. You want to give teams, I guess, an opportunity to come and ring your phone and offer you their fortune to move up into your spot. But unless you're waiting on that, if you know what player you want to add to your team, why does it take you 10 minutes to draft this player? I feel like the first round of the draft should take an hour, hour and a half max to take over, and we'll be here for 4.5, 5 hours working on this live stream until the first round ends. It's crazy to me. It's always been something that irked my nerves. And later on in the draft is when they shorten the clock. I feel like it's almost the inverse. I feel like I need more time to decide when you take all the obvious choices away. The first round should pretty much be cut and dry of, I want this player. Let me make my selection and move on.
I
But
agree.
Chris, you've kind of watched the draft for a long time as well. I don't know if you're able to communicate with me yet.
I'm back. Yep.
Good deal. So why do you think it takes so long for these players' names to get called once a team goes on the clock? Just as far as the war room happenings and such. Just to, like I said, with Tennessee Titans, we all kind of know who they're going to take here. So why do you think it takes them so long to turn in that card?
I think you want to be sure. I think you have to, all that pressure's on you in the beginning, and you're like, well, is the obvious choice the right choice? I've actually been in a war room with the Seattle Seahawks on a trip in college. They said, do not take a picture, do not take a recording, do not do anything here. So I think there's a whole lot of second guessing that you have right there at the end, and maybe even way in the beginning, because that was like 14 years ago, but still, it's just like I think even if the choice is obvious, I think you want to make sure the choice is right.
And Mr. Don said to take that jersey off. Apparently, he is not a Cowboys fan.
Oh, Don.
I agree. I agreed with him. So,
Don is a Giants fan, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fun discourse there. And whereas we're not quite to the draft yet or to anybody's pick, Giants sitting at 3, they've got a lot of opportunity there to add a very good player. What's worst case scenario for you, Chris, as far as who you see the Giants drafting, whether it be at 3rd or any other move that they might make tonight?
I mean, I guess I don't want to see the Giants improve at all. So I want to see them completely fumble this pick, and I want to see a Daniel Jones right here. Like I want to see someone on that level to where all the Giants fans are like, "What are you doing?" And yeah,
So
that's
Shedeur
my wish.
Sanders.
No, I actually think he'll be. I think he'd be an all right pick. I know I was a huge critic of Caleb Williams last year, but and just to go off script a little here, I actually hate to see the jersey retirement over at Colorado. There was a lot more deserving people. Maybe we'll talk about that on the podcast. And oh, look, some clips right now. Um, but I still think he's a very capable player, and I think the accuracy is what I love. And I would hate to see an enemy of my team get someone that I actually do think will do okay.
I think the biggest thing with Shador Sanders or any quarterback going to New York is that they don't have to start right away. We've
Yeah,
seen that be a very successful recipe for quarterbacks in the league to be able to carry that clipboard. And we saw the Giants sign not just one, but two quarterbacks this offseason. They brought in Russell Wilson to be the starter. They have Jameis Winston as the backup. And even with those investments in place, they still have not ruled out taking a quarterback in the first round, whether it be at pick 3 or what you could see later on in the night is them coming back up from their second round pick and jumping up to take a fallen Shador Sanders or Jackson Dart or whoever else they may have their eye on. And so it would allow them to sit that quarterback for a year. You're not going to have the world's greatest mentor. I don't know that I would want a quarterback learning tendencies from Russell Wilson and how to be a pro or Jameis Winston and how to be a successful quarterback. But just to be able to learn an offense, sit, protection calls, just the ins and outs. The game changes a lot when you go from being a collegiate athlete to being a pro athlete. And so to not have to immediately be expected to start day one, I think would be a good thing for any quarterback that goes to New York. That being said, I think Abdul Carter is going to be the nightmare of every quarterback in that division. I think he's got a lot of upside, and being what we think we know picks 1 and 2 are going to be, I think that Abdul Carter sitting right there at 3 is a name that you should get very familiar with.
oh yeah,
And that's who I've got on my mock draft is Carter. He's a good player. Uh, I agree with Don. He, wait for Arch to come out, next year. I don't know. I'm just not impressed with all the quarterbacks this year. They all have their good points. They all have they're just kind of, I just, there's not the talk that you usually hear about. This quarterback is going to be number 1. This one's going to be number 2. You just don't have that this year. I think all of us are expecting Cam Ward to go number 1 right off the rip to Tennessee. I think he's got all the tools. I think he needs to be shaped and molded as well. But I don't know. Something about this first round doesn't like. I don't know if it's the players don't have the same height. You've got a few of them in there. Travis, obviously. You've got Genty, who is a big time running back. Still don't know how he's going to do in the NFL. With Bijan with Atlanta, he came from Texas. They played a lot of hard teams. Genty coming from Boise, is their schedule super hard? Is it going to translate into the NFL? I don't know.
I don't worry about that too much. If anything, I think it
no,
makes him a little healthier coming into the league. A lot of your running backs in the SEC, they get beat up, just week by week. The schedule that they go through is an NFL type schedule for that level. And that's not a good thing when you're talking about running backs. It might be a great thing when you're talking about offensive linemen that face a certain quality of pass rusher. It's a great thing when you're talking about quarterbacks that face a certain level of defense. I don't really want a running back that started for 3 years in the SEC because the hits that they've been taking has really reduced the tread on their tires. And Genty has been the most talented player on most fields that he's stepped on. And so he's had those long breakaway runs. He's not absorbed the same level of damage that a lot of other players do coming from other conferences. Do I think that Genty would have been just as talented if he came out of the Big Ten? Absolutely. Do I think
Yeah.
that he would have been as healthy coming out of the Big Ten? No. And anytime you see Boise State play like a Penn State or an Oregon or something like that, Genty was still every bit as effective. You look at his metrics, you look at the missed tackles force, the yards per carry, just his positive. There are some very deep analytics when it comes to this game that a lot of people don't care for. But there's yards over expected, and Genty was exceeding in that category no matter what the matchup was. It did not matter if he was playing against a Colorado, a Purdue, a Kansas, or like I said, a Penn State and Ohio State, any of those matchups didn't really seem to affect him as far as how effective he was running the ball. And that's why I think you're going to hear his name get called very early, even as a running back tonight.
Oh,
I'm not
I
worried.
agree.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead,
not
Chris.
worried about him either. I think he's. I think running back is a position where you can show what you're worth, even if you're not in a big conference. Because you also got to remember, Boise State doesn't have 5-star offensive linemen. Um, So he's just out there kind of doing it, and maybe they fed him the ball a lot more than some teams would. And yeah, I don't know if you're playing Texas and Georgia and Alabama and Tennessee and things like that, if you're gonna have all the same numbers, but like there's part of me that thinks he would have the same numbers. He's got that IQ uh, along with the talent, and you can't pass up on the guy. And even if the risk with taking a running back early is, the running back average age, Brad can correct me here, is like 3 years or something like that.
Yeah, most running backs don't make it 3 years in the NFL.
Okay.
Now, I think a lot of that's not necessarily a problem with their own efficiency. I think it's just the
No,
turnover rate.
it's what you're doing,
Uh,
man.
yeah, I mean, and a lot of that is weighed down by your fifth and sixth and seventh round picks because how many running backs either get taken towards the end of the draft or sign as an undrafted free agent. There's always running backs on practice squad. It's a position that gets banged up easily. But when a team doesn't have that investment in you, it's very easy for them to just draft another you next year and they're going to have them cheaper for longer. So why do they need you at this point?
Right.
It is a position that you really have to stand out early because it's not a position that gives a lot of second chances when you blow your first one. It's actually a position that you can do really well with your first contract and still not really be rewarded the way that you think it would, which is why you've seen so many of the running backs in the league kind of band together and say, hey, this is what we contribute to this team. You need to value us better than you are because you look at the contracts and the running back contracts are awful compared to what a lot of the other skill position players are getting both on offense and defense because the NFL does view them as being replaceable. So when you get an Ashton Jeanty that could be taken anywhere in the top 10, and we'll get into landing spots as we get closer to that time, I think, but it just kind of goes to show you what a standout he is, not only in our eyes or the fantasy football community, but in the NFL's eyes as well, that they're willing to commit to him with such a luxurious draft landing spot.
That's worked out in the past. I believe they said Zeke Elliott was taken way too early, but he put together a good 5 to 7 years or something like that, and that really helped things. So I just think there's been a lot of advancements in health and surgery, and like even if your knees do get beat up, this is so stupid. By the way, if you guys are watching along,
Bad.
what the hell is this? I just think you can get more out of your. This is. I just think you can get more out of. Oh my God! It gets worse. What? There's more. Okay. Anyway, yeah, you can get more out of your running
There's
backs.
Little Wayne.
You can get more out of your running backs because of advancements in health technology and stuff. And I'm gonna go stir my food. I'm gonna mute myself. This is stupid. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, bring the comments. This is dumb, and I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with that actually. So,
And what Chris is referring to is the commissioner and a group of people came out on bicycles on stage. So, whatever.
Quick shout out to Kyle Sims, friend of the podcast. I see him showed up. He was pretty happy to hear us talking about Ashton Jeanty. He actually has the first overall pick in our rookie draft in our dynasty league. And it is no secret he traded to get that pick with every intention of taking Ashton Jeanty. So that's somebody that I'll be having to go against for a long time. To which I say, I hope he sucks because I'm not going to be able to get him. So if I can't have him, I hope he's not good for anybody else. I think we all agree that that's not going to be the case. I think he's going to be good no matter where he goes.
we all know the best back in the draft this year is Cam Scattaboo anyway. So
Yep.
as long as you pick him up, we're good.
I mean, I think Kyle could really screw us all over and use that number 1 pick to take Cam Scattaboo and just go ahead and crush all of our hopes and dreams. I actually draft 4th and Chris drafts 5th. And whereas I don't think either one of us were planning on taking Cam Scattaboo with a top 5 pick, it would be quite the shock to see Kyle shock the world and steal that from us just because he knows how big of fans we are.
Yeah. So don't do it, Kyle.
Yeah, don't do it, Kyle. I'll change your name back to Judas in my phone so fast. So I still haven't figured out what the bicycle thing is going on, but I assume he's getting to the point where he's going to kick off the draft and the Titans will be officially on the clock. We'll have our very first 2025 selection here in the very near future.
Yeah, I'm back. Screw you, Kyle. So
He's saying he won't. So yeah, I think you're safe with Cam.
what are you running? 4.65.
Fast enough.
Yeah, but maybe not. Maybe not here in the first round or anything. Maybe
Fast
even-
enough to be the 4th pick in our dynasty draft.
We want to thank today's sponsor, Angry Orchard. No, I'm just kidding. But if you'd like to, come on.
Absolutely.
I love apples.
Yeah.
Want some Angry
As I said,
Orchard?
My own little corner of the draft was brought to you by Sonny's. This is the first
Oh.
sweet tea I've drank all week, and it is phenomenal.
Got a pick here, huh?
Almost. I just saw Clay Matthews say the Bears still suck.
Oh, was that? Okay, let me
Yeah, I think they're still doing like
turn
introductions.
my
and all
volume
that.
on.
I
Pandering
don't
to
know
the
that.
Green Bay crowd.
Yeah, I don't know that Tennessee's on the clock yet.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point.
They'll get to the draft sooner or later, guys.
Kyle answered the question what the reference to the bike was.
Well, you didn't see the bike?
Oh, okay. Good insight. I'm glad Kyle understood that, or maybe they said it on the screen. I've got my monitor turned down, so I see a lot more than I hear. But I heard you guys laughing, and I look up and I see Roger Goodell circling the stage on a bike, and did not see that.
Chris was done at that point.
Here
He
we
had
go.
food to get, man. It's dinner time. All right, I'm sure anybody watching the draft sees that the Titans are officially on the clock. The draft is
Hey, guys.
underway.
You got
I'm
10
happy to
minutes?
see it.
And I'd like to take this time to thank everybody that showed up so far. Right now we're at looks like 4 viewers, maybe 7 views in
Oh, seven.
total. So
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
good stuff.
Yeah, first ever live stream. Excited to be here. We'll see if we're still as happy at the end of this thing as we are at the beginning. You know, a bad Cowboys pick, a questionable Falcons pick. We've all lived through those, but 5 hours and having your team blow it seemingly is not anything that we want to go to. So if you guys want this stream to continue on and go well, you better hope that our teams do well, because
There you
we
go.
might get mad and Brian might just shut the whole thing down with no warning. So
Just a click of the button.
yeah,
Maybe not. It was hard
hopefully
enough
that
to
doesn't
start.
happen.
Oh no, I've got the godlike button as well. So I can
Oh,
yeah, I can kill it.
uh-oh.
Yeah. So you just thought
What?
you were special.
Stick it out.
Go outside, take a break.
Okay. Yeah. Brad, you better get on that one.
Okay, I am giving away $500 gift cards as soon as Brian buys them. We'll spin a
think-
wheel.
I think Donald brought it up, so Mr. Don ought to buy the gift cards.
Yeah.
What,
Let's go ahead,
what say
Donald.
you, Don?
Don's sponsoring the podcast now.
Everybody throw your name in there. Enter to win $500 of Don's money. We'll see how many trips to Virginia you take then.
Whoa.
Lily says she does not care about the Titans. And I actually am from a town close to the Tennessee state line, and I don't know but like two Titans fans myself. So I don't know where their fans are, but maybe the pick here will help.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe
I
if this
see.
live stream does good, we start giving away some merch. Oh, wrong side. There it is.
We start making money, we'll start giving away merch.
Yeah.
That's up to you, subscribers.
Yeah, quick update on the channel. We're up to, I believe, 66 subscribers is the number I saw a little bit ago. That's pretty exciting because it wasn't that long ago we were talking about hitting 50 subscribers and talking about, how cool it'd be to see 75 and 100 and everything like that. But just continued growth is so exciting. It's just every person that clicks subscribe and just says, "Hey, I like what you've done so far. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys are going to do in the future." It's a vote of confidence to keep going. We're excited to see it. So I don't know. Obviously, we all had hope when we started this, or we wouldn't have done it to begin with. I don't know what any of our realistic expectations were, uh, but I don't know. It's hard to really put into words. Almost a humbling experience to see so many people that like our videos or comment on it. Those subscribers come in. We'll put out a video and think, I hope this does well, but I don't know if it will. And you'll see a bunch of views come in. People will subscribe directly from it. YouTube gives us all of those notifications and analytics, and it's just really cool to see stuff be so well received. And that's what gives us that notion to say, hey, let's go live, let's stream the draft, because all of us could have just been sitting on a couch and watching it without a camera in front of us. But people are saying they like this stuff and they're willing to spend their Thursday night with us, and that's just really cool to see. So again, just to put that into a more wordy, lengthy response, I do appreciate all you guys that have tuned in, whether you're watching it live with us or catching this later on for reactions. We're 4.5 minutes into the Titans clock, which is about 4 minutes too long to turn in the number one pick card.
Amen.
Hopefully it comes soon. I don't think we were quite live at the time that I was complaining about this, but if y'all missed my tirade before, I don't understand why the first round picks take so long to be turned in, especially these first ones.
Drama.
If you're the Titans, you've pretty much known who you're going to take for a couple of months now. You could have made all the phone calls that were necessary to be made. I get that you want to give these kids their spotlight, but I mean that jersey that you press on the last name, and hand it to them as they come up on the stage. You could have told them what that was at 2:00 today and say, "Hey, nothing's going to change. It's Cam Ward. Slap the letters on there. Let's get this thing going."
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. 5 minutes on the clock should be fine. 10 minutes is a huh?
The pick is now in.
Yep, there it is. Yeah.
Cam Ward.
Should
I
be.
think I think they might have heard me. Maybe somebody with NFL is watching our live stream. If they want, I can tell them who to pick all night. I'm ready to go.
Got the
This is
notes
probably
ready.
This is a good pick, I think, if goes as expected.
Yeah, I'm not expecting any change up with the first two picks. I think the Giants at 3 are really the first pick, and a lot of people even say it's 5 with Jacksonville. I think 1 and 2 are very much set in stone. A lot of people, I think, know what 3 and 4 are going to be, and 5 is when it gets interesting. But the Giants at 3, I mean, they could still go in a couple of different ways, and there's not ruling out a trade back as well. There's enough talent at the top end of this draft that people can say, I'm going to jump ahead of this team to take this player. And the Giants are a team that seem like they're in good position to be open for business because of their needs being what they are. They could afford to move back in the draft and still get an impact player, somebody that really helps them from day one, and add some draft capital to boot. And of course, anybody in the comments, if y'all like making draft predictions, let us know who you think each pick is going to be as we get to it. I love reading stuff like that, and we can even turn it into a conversation if anybody. Obviously, first pick, I think we all knew what this was going to be, but as we get further into this thing, I'd love to have those conversations with you guys.
Yep.
Shouldn't be any surprise here.
No, it's not. And obviously, we're in 3 different locations. So if one of us says something and the other ones aren't caught up, the TVs and
Yeah, yeah, sure.
things of that nature may be a little different. I may get the pick faster than Brad does, or Chris may get it faster than me. So,
Give it 10 seconds or whatever. I've got the pick here. But
Yep. But yeah, obviously not wanting to spoil anything,
trade
but
alert.
try to give you guys, yeah. Trade alert just came across mine, so
Oh,
Brian looks like he's about
looks like
10
Cleveland
seconds
traded.
ahead, maybe.
trade alert. Yeah, I just got that. Okay. For the Browns?
Jacksonville's
Browns.
coming up.
They
Browns.
already
Oh, interesting. Brad, did you see this one happening?
Not at all. I thought this one, like I said, was set in stone. I thought the Browns had basically locked in Travis Hunter, who I still expect to be the pick here at 2. I'm not sure why Jacksonville would get ahead unless maybe it is they're trying to get ahead of the Giants to take Abdul Carter. Maybe the Giants weren't open for business like I thought they could be. But Travis Hunter is still who I expect to go second overall.
Okay.
When you look at the team needs for the Jaguars, they can use corner help. They can use wide receiver help. Travis Hunter is a 2-for-1, a unicorn, a player like we've never seen before. And I do think that he's still a good fit for Jacksonville, although it really changes a lot of the rest of the draft in these next few picks because I didn't see that one coming at all.
What do you think?
I actually thought they were going to trade to the Raiders, but I figured they'd just drop down to number 8 and pick up Genty at number 8. But that is
I guess we'll see the details here soon.
Yeah, I saw Schefter reading it from his phone, but obviously I couldn't hear it at the time. I know it does involve Jacksonville's first rounder next year, which is a big get to move up 3 spots.
I see a guy there that runs a wrestling company. The back of his head.
No neck brace this time. I think he was at the draft.
No neck brace this time.
He was at the draft last year.
Nice little haircut.
Wearing a neck brace.
Yes.
So do you still think Jacksonville takes Travis Hunter at number 2?
Definitely. I don't think they would have moved up for any other player for a long time. And I guess I can talk about the Jaguars now because I thought I had a little bit of time. Mason Graham is a defensive lineman from Michigan. He was kind of considered the chalk pick to Jacksonville for the last, 6 to 8 weeks. It just seemed like that was the name that everybody was slotting into Jacksonville. But obviously you had 4 players coming off the board. It doesn't mean that that's who they prized the most, just who we thought was going to be available to them at pick 5. And then over the last couple of days, there's been a lot of steam about Ashton Genty going to Jacksonville at pick 5 ahead of the Raiders at 6, which is who a lot of people thought were going to be the landing spot for Ashton Genty. And a lot of people thought, well, maybe this is Jacksonville's way of trying to get the Raiders or the Bears to move up to take Genty so that they won't. And I don't know what prompted this move. This was something that they had up their sleeve all along and maybe just kept very close to their best because I, like a lot of other people, I think are blindsided by this move. I did not see it coming at all. I just don't know who else they would come up for if not Travis Hunter.
I agree.
And if me personally, if I had to pick a third team, and which is a little crazy because you got to calm down on picking teams. But like if I had to pick a third team to cheer for, it'd be Jacksonville. I lived there for about 6 months in 2013, I believe.
Here's Kyle posted the trade details, and it's showing on the screen now.
Okay.
Jaguars get pick 2, a 4th, and a 6th this year. Browns move back to 5. They get a 2nd and 4th this year, as well as the 1st overall next year.
Wow.
That is a huge haul for the Browns, who desperately need it. And whereas the Browns were, obviously in contention to take a quarterback this year, does this now point their eyes closer to Kirk Cousins? A lot of people have said maybe they will come back up into the end of the 1st to take a quarterback. I don't think anybody expects them to factor in what Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, is that who's there right now? I think that they want to leave either with a new quarterback or a planet quarterback, and getting that extra 1st next year, you have to think Arch Manning. our team's already starting to position themselves for that quarterback prospect next year, almost as an indictment of this year's quarterback class.
I like Arch Manning, by the way. I think he could be better than Ewers.
Oh,
He's just
100%.
he's not had the chance to show himself yet.
I think he's had times
Well,
where he's come on the field and he's really invigorated that offense. And that offense was one
had
that
the
we
full
thought was going to
reins.
be even better. But yeah, kind of like what you're suggested there, having the whole offseason to prepare as the unquestioned starter. They are losing a lot of talent, but when you get to these top teams, talent can be restocked so easily. I mean, when Bijan left, everybody's like, "Oh well, you know what's their running game going to look like?" Well, it was just fine.
Yep.
Jonathan Brooks took over, and Jonathan Brooks got hurt. Jaden Blue, they've already got another running back who was a freshman this past year, and he could be a first round pick when he comes out in the near future. So I'm not too worried about that.
Here's Tony Khan getting pumped. I've met the guy. Live streamers out there. I've met this little nerd that runs a wrestling company. Give him a little
Spending daddy's
handshake.
money.
Yeah. He ain't that bad. He's just a little bit of a little nerd. And
Well,
maybe we all are.
before they announced this pick, since the Jaguars ruined one of my draft tidbits. So back in sometime in March, this actually set a record for the draft as deep into the draft process as we've ever made it, with all 32 teams owning their original first round pick. And I was curious to see how long it would take before that got ruined. So this is the first draft to kick off with all teams owning their own picks. And we only got to the second pick before the Jaguars ruined that. So thanks a lot, Jacksonville.
Oh, we're celebrating something first. Can't hear it too much, but
Yeah, Walton Payton Man of the Year.
oh yeah.
That's one of the cool things I think the NFL does. It really encourages these players to use their platform for good things.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my favorite things is the patch that those players, like when you win, I think when you get
like right on your.
Yeah, I think when you are selected as your team's, I guess not recipient, but your candidate for your team, I think everybody gets that patch to start with. But then as you win it, it becomes a permanent thing that you get to carry on throughout your career.
That's cool.
I might be wrong on that, but it is a really cool thing I think the NFL does. I hope they never get rid of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Seen the patch. Love the patch. Gives you a little prestige.
Absolutely. I love that it's a patch and not just like a sticker on the helmet. It's much more noticeable. It makes those jerseys really stick out. I think it's something that replica jerseys are really cool to have that patch on there. If you've got like your favorite player wins that award, to be able to buy a jersey, similarly like a Super Bowl patch, to have a Man of the Year patch on there too is really cool. All right, Jaguars, what was it all for?
Guess we're not expecting a surprise, though, with the pick itself.
Yep.
All right, Travis Hunter announces the number 2 pick. Like I said, I mean, whether it was Cleveland, whether it was Jacksonville, I think he's been very, very transparent about his intentions to play both sides of the ball in the NFL. Over the last couple of weeks, he's actually really doubled down on the fact that he will be a two-way player in the NFL or he will not play. He said he would retire and basically quit playing football if he was not allowed to play both defensive back and wide receiver. Now, when Cleveland was making this pick, or so we thought, that was a very good thing for people who want to see Travis Hunter as a wide receiver, because their general manager, I believe his name is Andrew Berry, came out and said, we see Travis Hunter as a wide receiver first, and we will, of course, play him on defense as needed. They're going to have packages for him, but they viewed him as a wide receiver. You have to wonder how much changes by him going to Jacksonville. Do they view him as a wide receiver first, or they view him as a better corner that can moonlight at receiver and get a few snaps here and there.
I would say receiver first. I get to see a lot of clips of him. I just think that's a fantastic receiver. I would say use him on defense sparingly because I know what he wants, but like the human body can only take so much. Like you shouldn't run yourself thin just because you can.
Yep. Which I know he's going to be a player that invests a lot in recovery.
Mm.
We see certain athletes that take their bodies more seriously than others, and they get
LeBron.
rewarded for that. He's somebody that I think is going to spend his time and money very well when it comes to taking care of himself. I think it's something that he takes very seriously because I think he really appreciates the thought of legacy. This is somebody that spent a lot of time with Deion Sanders. He understands what that means, that brand mentality. So I'm not necessarily worried about him breaking down. Obviously, injuries can happen on any one play, let alone trying to play 100 snaps a game, which I don't think is possible at this level. What worries me is if you pay attention to his Colorado tape, he was a much more natural fit at corner than he was receiver. If you look at his route running, I've seen a lot of high school wide receivers with better routes than what Travis Hunter ran. A lot of it was just he is so good that they get the ball to him. Even if you look at his pro day, he's running like TikTok routes is kind of what I call it. It's a lot of wasted motion. He's trying to juke the defender out before he gets open. And, eventually the quarterback who does not have a pass rush coming at him is going to eventually throw it to him. But it shouldn't take you so long to get out of your break on a slant. He's not going to be able to do that at this level and be as successful as what he was at Colorado. But a lot of that reason was because all of his practicing, all of his meetings at Colorado were as a corner. And so they were literally calling routes out to him in the offensive formation. They were telling him a route to run, and then he was just basically going out there and winging it. And he's viewed as being potentially the top wide receiver in this class. So the fact that he was able to essentially wing it and be as productive as he was as a wide receiver is incredible. I think it's a testament to his athletic ability, his talent. I just don't know if you can get away with that at the NFL. You really have to dedicate yourself and learn how to win at this level. And I mean win on every rep, not win as a team, but every single play. There are certain nuances that you have to learn, and it's a craft that you have to perfect. And I don't know if he's going to be able to really pull that off at wide receiver if so much of his time is spent as a defensive back. So
I would argue that the opposite could be said because if he was just given routes and could produce at that level, what can he do if he's given time to develop at that position and given the plays and be like you're the receiver. And as you can see on a lot of the highlights, and I've seen on a lot of the highlights through the season, like he's not even open and he can make those plays. What if he knew what he was doing? I think he could be just as good at receiver as defensive back. So I guess it's just really up to that wrestling promoter and his dad.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm saying is, the grass is green where you water it. Obviously, his grass was green on both sides, but he was a better corner than he was receiver, and he was a really, really good receiver as well.
Yeah.
But, we bring up Ashton Jeanty and the level of competition that he faced. If you look at Travis Hunter and some of the receivers that he was getting cooked by when he was playing defensive back, those receivers are going to be a lot better at this level. You're not going to be a shutdown corner on day one. Very few corners that have been able to step on the field day one and truly lock down an NFL wide receiver one. And granted, he's going to be getting a lot of reps against Brian Thomas Jr. there in Jacksonville, and I think that's a great thing. I'll pause here. We got the Giants pick in.
But you
There
expect
you go.
defense, right?
I still think it's Abdul Carter.
Don's going to be happy.
Which I don't see anything up. Yeah, that's a great pick, right? Like
Abdul Carter, absolutely. By far and away the best front seven player in this draft. Best
That's a great
edge
pick.
rusher.
Oh yeah.
was hurt going through the playoffs this year, was literally rushing the passer with one arm, and was still beating blocks, beating double teams, extremely disruptive. I think this time off to rest and get healthy, he's going to show up to training camp ready to go. Giants got, and this is an argument, you might say it's Travis Hunter, but Abdul Carter certainly in the conversation for most talented player in this class. And for him to, I mean, a lot of years he would be the number one overall pick. A lot of times this is just how needs go. That generational tag gets thrown around a lot, but this is Abdul Carter, might be the best pass rusher since Myles Garrett came out. And for him to go at 3 instead of 1, I think that's a huge win for the Giants. They needed this in a big way. I'm really glad to see that they took best player on the board instead of reaching for a quarterback that maybe they wouldn't even need this year with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. So really cool to see this pick. I think it's a great one. I think it was definitely the right choice.
And Penn State, Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter. I mean, what are they doing, man? What do they got going there?
Penn State's a factory. People sleep on it. They've had some decent receivers come through, but what they're really known for are their tight ends and their linebackers. Their pass rusher is always good, very, very productive.
Just gonna be a stud.
So what do you think about the Patriots? You think we're going to see our first offensive lineman go here?
I do. I definitely do. I think there's some conversation about who it will be. I've seen Armand Membu out of Mizzou thrown around. That's not who I think will be the pick personally.
I don't either.
Who do you have, Brian?
Will Campbell.
I do as well. Will Campbell. I think this was a weird offensive line class because arm length is such a notable measurement when it comes to offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people that think if you don't have a certain length in arms or a certain hand size, it's going to hurt your production. And a lot of people thought that your top tackles in this class would actually be guards. And maybe a lot of them do start off their career at guard. But Will Campbell, I think, is a true left tackle from day one. And I think it's much needed for Drake May and his continued development. A lot of people thought Ted McMillan could be the pick prior to the Stephon Diggs signing. Because he does need a lot more help as far as receiving weapons goes. But I think it all starts with the protection up front. I think it's going to make him more efficient. It's going to make all of his receivers have more time to get open, and certainly going to help the running game there as well with Ramondre Stevenson.
How many people we got watching? Any questions, guys?
Looks like we've got about 5.
Yeah, I see 5 in there. Don seems to be pretty happy with the pick of Abdul Carter there.
He should be. He should be.
I'm going to publicly shame Don, though. We had a conversation earlier where he was expressing some concerns about taking Abdul Carter and then trading away Kayvon Thibodeau in a bold move to come back up and get a quarterback. And I mentioned the NASCAR defense, and he did not know what I was talking about. So this is your public shaming, Don. I ridiculed you via text message, but I'm calling you out on stream as well. Man, you're a Giants fan and you don't know the NASCAR package. Terrible. Do better.
Also, your chance to defend yourself, by the way. So go ahead and comment. Let us know, man.
There's no defense for this.
Cowboys fan here. I know about the Doomsday defense. I know that's been before my time, even, but. You know, man, that's a big crowd. Oh, we're on commercial break.
Yeah.
A little Jason Kelce action going on. That man is everywhere.
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying life lately.
Yeah, he is. He should be. He was very successful. One of the only centers whose name is known across all fandoms in the NFL. There are people that aren't even football fans that know who he is, and he's not even an active player. For somebody like Tom Brady to be known is not nearly as big of an accomplishment, considering what Tom Brady had to do as a player to reach the status that he's at. And I don't even know if Tom Brady has ever starred in as many commercials as what I see Jason Kelce in now.
Maybe.
And I've never seen Tom Brady at WrestleMania either.
I believe Don is trying to start it with both of y'all. He's getting
Okay, Don,
personal.
go ahead. Go
This
ahead,
is
Don.
this is the second time that Don has tried this remark. He asked how many Georgia Southern players were going to get drafted tonight, and I told him
dude.
all of them. I don't know if you're familiar with the quarterback Drew Allum, but that's how many are getting drafted. All of them.
Don, let's not worry about Georgia Southern. Georgia Southern is not what they were 10 years ago. Look, I don't think me or Brad have a problem with saying that Georgia Southern is way below the expectation that we used to have. So we ain't worried about them getting drafted, dude. We're just worried about trying to get a winning season at this point. We've had a lot of coach turnovers. They're not great, and we don't have a lot of pride. We're not gonna like puff our chests out and be like, we're tough, like, because we're not. We're not tough right now. And I think I can speak for me and Brad both saying like we hope that Clay Helton and some of the transfers and the recruiting and everything like that can turn it around. But we're not on the top of a mountain right now saying we're the best because we're not.
But Georgia Southern has a famous slogan that got printed on a bunch of T-shirts that says, "We pregame harder than you play," and that
That's
has
right.
nothing to do with the football team. Our success is a bit in the past, but I honestly have a lot of hope that one day we'll get back to our glory. A lot of people forget how few years we've actually spent in the FBS, but we dominated at the FCS level. We won more championships at that level than our rivals have seasons played at times. So it's
We're still
not
only
anything we're
second
worried about.
to, as good as North Dakota State's been. We're still only second to them. So, and
That's
we've
right.
not even been there. So,
Yeah, it's been a good 10, 12 years since we moved out of that
Yeah,
conference. So.
yeah. So we're not here trying to dominate the draft, Don. We're just trying to win some college football games, dude.
Well, although we have had some notable Eagles on Sundays, Jarrett McKinnon, Matt
Yeah.
Breida was mentioned in the chat. I saw that. There's actually a cornerback that still plays in the NFL. He was drafted by the Chicago Bears, but I think he changed teams this offseason.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've got some players, but most notably for, if you want to call them players, it's actually our kickers. So Younghoe Koo for the Atlanta Falcons, currently anyway, he could get replaced after last season, I fear. But also
be.
Tyler Bass up in Buffalo has had a really good start to his career. Both of them former Georgia Southern kickers.
See what we have here. I guess you guys are ahead of me somehow, even though I'm on cable. It's supposed to be the fastest.
Yeah, I think Brian is a good bit ahead of us. I do see who the pick is now, but I am.
I see the pick, but I don't see a name. I don't recognize the face.
It's Will Campbell. He's a tackle. Played at LSU.
It's a nice green jacket. Do like that.
I think he's pandering to the Green Bay crowd a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta think so.
But yeah, I mean, he's almost 6'6", 320 pounds.
Yeah.
I don't think with that size, I don't care how short you want to say his arms are compared to a lot of other players. He's got all the requisite tools. He's got plenty of size, plenty of play strength.
Oh, look at
I
that.
think that he's going to be a day one anchor on the left side of their offensive line. Drake May is the happiest person in that entire organization seeing this pick come in.
I like this foot movement here. He's got shifty feet for a guy his size.
Oh, yeah. 320 pounds playing the way he does. Absolutely. Footwork is great.
That footwork is great.
And he does not shy away from changing levels in the run game as well. I think a lot of left tackles people view as being a finesse pass blocker. And he's not afraid to go out, deliver a punch. He will meet anybody at the point of attack. He's nasty, very technically sound, but powerful. I mean, he does not shy away from anything, and that's what I like about him. I think he's got the nastiness that their new head coach in New England is going to really prize, and I think that's why you see the pick. I think he is as big of a culture fit as he is a need and scheme fit there in New England. So good pick by the Patriots. Exactly what I thought when I said the first four picks were going to be chalk. I mean, so far, players, I've been right 4 for 4 based off of what I thought it was going to be. just teams shake up a little bit with Jacksonville coming up. But
Right.
now we've got Cleveland on the board. Do they lightning strike twice? Do they move down again and keep building up assets? Do they turn in a card here? That's what's interesting to see.
Be right back.
So
Yeah, it'll be
obviously-
interesting. I wonder if with Nick Chubb, he's free agent. Obviously, we all know about his knees. Even stemming back to his years at Georgia. Is it time to pick up maybe a Genty at this pick and look for the future? As I'm really hoping Chubb gets one more year, maybe as a mentor to Genty, and really have that kind of 1-2 punch. With Genty being the one, Chubb's taking kind of a backseat in the mentor role as the 2 punch. Or like you said, do they trade this pick away and fall a little further back?
Well, Kyle mentioned in the chat, could Cleveland trade back to a team interested in Genty? And I now see that the pick is in. So to answer Kyle's question, no, I don't think that they trade back, obviously. But could they be the team interested in Genty? Kind of like you said, Nick Chubb has decimated his knees playing this game that he loves so much. Nick Chubb is one of the guys that I view as being a superhero. If anybody can come back from that injury and be effective, it's him. But how many times can he do it? How many times can he take that sort of career-ending injury and not end his career with it? Obviously, he's not getting any younger. I don't know how effective he could be coming back in anything less than a mentor role. So Genty is interesting here at Cleveland. Cleveland has signed a couple quarterbacks this offseason, or signed one, traded for one. They do have a certain brand of football that they like to play in that division, and Genty is tailor-made for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I could definitely see him being a fit there. I think Mason Graham is in play. Ted McMillan could be another one. I know they have Jerry Jeudy, which has done well, but the same reason why they were talking so highly of Travis Hunter and saying how they view him as a wide receiver first and they were willing to take him second overall is because they recognize that Jerry Jeudy, being their big notable wide receiver, is not nearly as good as what you could add to that room by way of the draft. This is not a very deep wide receiver class as far as talent goes. You've got a few notable names. So Ted McMillan being the pick here wouldn't surprise me either.
Part of me wonders what the Browns would be like if Baker had just worked out a little better.
I don't even want to say that. I think Baker worked out just fine. I think it was the Browns that needed to work
for
out
himself. He did, yeah. For himself, he did. But you obviously shouldn't have given up on him because he has what it takes. But I just wonder if they'd be in better shape if they'd given him the time. But here we go.
Wow.
Oh, wow, it is, huh? All right, give me a minute.
Yeah, we'll let Chris catch up before I talk about the pick.
Defensive tackle, Mason Graham. Oh, okay.
So, like I said, as far as picks goes, the top 5 players drafted were the top 5 that we thought they were going to be. Mason Graham, like I said, was slotted at pick 5 for the past couple months here to Jacksonville. It just seems like they not only swapped picks on the board, but also players selected were exactly the same as what I thought they would be. Mason Graham is a very disruptive defensive lineman. He's got great movement. He's somebody that I think could play inside or outside, depending on a 3-4, 4-3 alignment. He just wins matchups. He's quick enough off the line that I think in a 4-3 as a base end, I think he could do really well. But I think where he would really shine is in a 4-man front where there's a lot less likelihood of him being double teamed. He is not somebody that just is there to eat blocks with his size. He is truly a disruptive force on the inside. And don't be surprised if you hear a second Michigan defensive lineman have their name called tonight, because there's another one that's also very good by the name of Kenneth Grant, who I've been told could go higher than expected.
Look at that. Look how quick he is, man.
Oh, he's a phenom.
Almost 300 pounds.
The thing that scared me about Mason Graham is I don't hear any character concerns. I don't think he has any kind of medical red flags, but
Yeah.
just because of the position that he plays, there was talk of him slipping out of the top 10. And there was actually some rumors that if he fell to 11, San Francisco would run the card in. And that would have been a scary thought to see him as a 49er. Robert Saleh obviously got ousted from the Jets by Aaron Rodgers, and he returns to his old position as defensive coordinator for San Francisco. And the defense that he is inheriting is not the defense that he left. You know, he had to show up and was like, what happened, guys? What happened to the defense that I built? And a piece like that would have been scary. But there's a lot of defensive line talent in this draft. Like I said, Kenneth Grant, Walter Nolan, a lot of pass rushers, a lot of linebackers that we'll get to later on. But this is a fantastic pick. I think well worth a top 5 selection. And the fact that Cleveland was able to move back, get the draft capital that they did, get the first round pick. They obviously have more ammo to come back up for a quarterback if they want, or a wide receiver if one that they like falls to them, or towards the end of the first round. Maybe we'll see them come back up and make a second selection tonight. But this is a great player for the division that they play in. Stopping Lamar Jackson, the other quarterbacks in that division, I think this is going to be a good pick for Cleveland for a long time. Yeah, Kyle, the Browns defense will be nasty. I agree. A lot of people think that it already was. They're one of the more sound units, and this is basically keeping a strength to strength. So I agree with you there. The Browns defense, always hard to run on. This is going to make it a little bit harder to pass on as well. He's somebody that you have to account for on every snap, or he will make you pay with a quickness. A lot of people, when the Browns were at 2, there was talk that maybe they would be the landing spot for Abdul Carter to pair him up with Myles Garrett. Can you imagine seeing Myles Garrett now lining up to this man here and having to block both of those on every play? Third and long is going to be where the Browns defense feasts this year.
It's funny. I heard Myles Garrett was leaving, like no matter what, unless he got a whole lot of money.
No, it wasn't that he was leaving. It was that he had played his last down of football as a Cleveland Brown.
That's right.
It was not an unless or an if-when statement. It was a guarantee. And then they showed up with a whole lot of money, and he said, "Okay, yeah, I love Cleveland. I'll stay."
That's how it works.
You know what? I do the same damn thing, dude.
Amen.
Now, one thing that I do want to bring back up, we talked about this on the podcast several weeks ago, but one of the components of Myles Garrett agreeing to stay in Cleveland was that he wanted them to be a contender. He wanted to know what the plan was at quarterback. And since then, they've traded for Kenny Pickett and they've signed Joe Flacco. You can't tell me that those are the names that was brought up in saying, yeah, I'm willing to re-sign. Raiders,
buddy.
Raiders are doing God's work here, keeping families together. I don't know if you guys heard this story, but I believe it was the general manager's son, who might be 13 or 14 years old, basically told him, if you do not draft Ashton Jeanty at pick 6, I'm moving out. He just said, I'm packing my stuff up and I'm leaving home. So the Raiders made the smart move. They're keeping families together.
Oh, whatever.
Ashton Jeanty will feed families in Las Vegas.
I'm going to tell you that team with Geno and Brock Bowers and now Jeanty, that's going to be devastating on that side.
What an offense.
Yeah, Pete Carroll, with the mind that he has, he's going to have so much fun this year.
Oh yeah, he's had great offenses in his career. So,
well, another coach that I think is worth mentioning. Kyle and I have had this conversation. Obviously, we've talked a good bit about Ashton Jeanty. Is the new offensive coordinator for Pete Carroll is Chip Kelly, who was with Ohio State. We saw what they were able to do with Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson last year. And now you give him Ashton Jeanty. It essentially transforms what was viewed as the worst running back room in the league, and nobody will call them that now that Ashton Jeanty is there.
No.
He is
day one starter. Going down the hallway.
An actual workhorse load will be put on his shoulders, and I don't think that's going to hurt him one bit. I think he's built to carry the load. Everybody should be very excited about this spot, whether you're talking about a real life fit, a fantasy football fit. The only concern that I have with Genty is he does put the ball on the ground a little too often for my liking. He does have some security issues that I think will have to be worked out. But Chip Kelly is the type of coach and the staff that they have in place. They're aware of it, and they still made him a top 6 overall pick. So obviously, it's not something that they're worried about not being able to correct.
Yeah.
Chris will like this comparison they're showing on the screen now. It's Emmitt Smith.
Yeah, buddy.
And I see
I
that.
think
I
that's
see
fair.
that a
I
lot
think that's
with
fair.
them too.
When you get the skill set of Emmitt Smith and the accolades competing with Barry Sanders, you know you've got a pretty good prospect at the running back position. This is easily viewed as maybe a top 3 or top 5 running back in the league. Obviously, everybody talks about Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs right now. Saquon is still holding within that role. Derrick Henry still has a lot of respect. But Genty will be mentioned in those conversations very quickly, I think.
I mean, I don't know how many viewers were watching college football and everything, but if you see a guy that just went out there and put up almost 200 yards a game, every game, and it doesn't matter if it was like San Diego State or Oregon, like the guy is just unbelievable. Oh, my battery is running low. Amazing.
Kyle has already informed us that the first overall pick in our Dynasty League draft, which will be in like 9 days, is already submitted. It is set in stone. Ashton Genty is on Kyle's roster. So, Lucas, I guess you are now on the clock.
That's a great pick if you can pick him up in fantasy football. And I know we had talked about it, and we'll probably put it together here in the next couple weeks, few months, whatever. Is the White Widows Fantasy Football League. So obviously Brad will probably be our commissioner on that. I think he knows the most about it. I'm not trying to put Chris down, but
yeah, I'm good. I have to go get a charger though for the
all right, go ahead.
computer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind setting it up by any stretch. I don't think that being able to run a fantasy league is anything that requires a very specific skill set, but I do like to have something of a say as far as format and scoring goes, just because people play in different scoring. I think some things make it more fun than other things. And so one thing that I will always say, any fantasy league that I'm in control over will not start a defense and will not have a kicker. That's just, it's a waste of roster spaces. I don't think it makes things more competitive. I don't think it makes things more fun. I think that you can only control so much when it comes to a fantasy football lineup. You can have Chris Olave as a name that you had to learn this year. Mm-hmm. How many times did you put him in your lineup thinking that he was projected at 15 points, had a great matchup, going against Atlanta or some soft defense? He gets led out to dry by Derek Carr, first play of the game, ends up, with -2 points because he fumbled and left with a concussion. You didn't see him for the rest of the season. That can happen to any player on any given week. So why would you compound that by adding in something as stupid and random as a defense where you can have the number one matchup as far as defense goes? You could have the top defense in the league who just dominates every single week. They go against the worst defense or the worst offense in the league, and they get blown out by 30 points and your defense goes negative. It's not something I enjoy playing with. So if I am setting up that league, you can expect no defenses to be a requirement in your lineup. But if we have a lot of interest in joining that league, anybody watching tonight or moving forward, let me know and we'll get you in there and we'll play whatever format you guys want. Don's not going to be in our league if I'm running it, apparently, because he says he only plays in leagues that have defenses because he likes the chaos of it.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, we'd like to see him there, but hey.
My stance on it is dynasty leagues are comprised of football players, and a defensive unit is not a player. If y'all want to make an IDP and you want to draft defensive ends and linebackers and corners and really put together a whole team, I'm okay with that. But having a defensive unit that you just stick out there with random scoring, I don't think is worthwhile to me. And we all know that kickers aren't real football players either, so that's why they're not allowed in. I do see that we lost Chris. I think his battery died before his charger made it, so
Yep.
we'll have to get him back in the near future.
Yeah, we'll get him back in here in just a minute.
Don is revealing his personality. He says that he is 10,000% sarcasm.
Well,
So I don't know if that's a warning of be careful what you wish for. You said you wanted to see him in the league. Maybe you don't.
hey, well, hold on. I gotta add you back. Give me a second.
We are working to get Chris back in the live stream, so hang tight, everybody. I know you missed him. The Jets pick is in. It looks like Commissioner's making his way to the podium. I will throw a quick prediction out here. I would say Armand Membu is going to be the pick here. We will see if I'm right on that or not.
That's who it is.
You didn't have to spoil it out loud.
Yeah.
Do what?
I said you didn't have to spoil it out loud. I'm trying to be nice to the people who didn't see the pick come through.
Fair
I
enough.
was just making a little guess there, but as Brian announced, Armand Membu, offensive tackle from Missouri, coming into the Jets. I think this is important for them because the only other player I considered was Tyler Warren, and really this comes back to Justin Fields. It's all about making his job easier. Justin Fields got, I think, a 2-year contract, might have been 3-year contract. They are obviously going to move forward with him as the starter for this year. We'll see what happens throughout the season and going into next year, but they don't really have anything else at the position. So they needed something to make him more successful, to put him in the best position to succeed as their starter this year. And that means either giving him improved protection than what you got for in front of Aaron Rodgers, or it's giving him another outlet like a Tyler Ward would have provided. But Armand Membu is a very athletic specimen. He is very physical. I think he's a better fit at right tackle than left tackle, which makes it a bit of a rarity to go in the top 7. I do think he could play left tackle. I think he's a better fit on the right side, though. Just his run blocking is insane. I think that he'll be somebody that's very good on that offensive line compared to a lot of the poor picks that they've wasted on the offensive line in recent years. Membu is a good step up for them.
I don't know if I'm back.
You are back.
A good deal. So
Yeah, Donna, I don't have a problem delivering the belt if you win it, but that's a pretty big if. I don't know if you think that I would just be commissioner only and not actually playing in the league. But if I also have a team, I don't think you have to worry about me taking the belt anywhere else. I'd probably just hang it up right next to that one that I won last year. So I'll have to zoom my camera out a little bit further and start showing off all of my title of belts that I'll line up on this wall for you. I think ESPN is making fun of how bad the Jets drafting has been. They just aired a sound clip of them talking about Zach Wilson being taken out of BYU.
That was so bad.
All right, Panthers pick is in. I could see this being Jalen Walker, a linebacker from Georgia that you both are going to be very familiar with. I could see Ted McMillan as well.
I have Walker as well.
Jalen Walker, they've been very high on throughout the process. I'm pretty sure they used one of their top 30 visits to bring him in. They were obviously in attendance at his pro day. Jalen Walker would be my prediction here, but there are still some very good players that I think would fit. I think with Travis Hunter coming off the board, 2nd overall, there are some teams that I think could use a number 1 wide receiver. There's not a lot of them in this draft class. I think there's some very good 2s. Ted McMillan is one of the guys that would be a very good number 2, similar to a T. Higgins, but I think in some schemes he could be a very productive 1 as well. And I think Carolina does not have anybody with that same size, with that skill set. He is kind of like a poor man's Drake London. I think some people have compared him to Mike Evans as well, just because he's 6'5". I think Drake London is the better comparison as far as skill set goes. But you look at some of the other receivers. Adam Thielen is on his last legs out there in Carolina right now. I could see them wanting to add another wide receiver. Dave Canales is obviously an offensive-minded head coach. They have really wanted to surround Bryce Young with talent and see if he can live up to the hype of being a number one overall pick. This is going to be, I think, his last chance to succeed this year. If they can surround him with more talent and see what that offense can become under Canales with Bryce Young at the helm, I think it starts with a pick like this. So Tech McMillan would be a good pick for them, but again, I do think Jalen Walker is the pick if I was going to name one.
Both great picks.
Sound off in the chat. Who do you think the Panthers take here before it's announced?
Yeah, any comments there lately?
Walker, McMillan, anybody else that you guys might be thinking of that I didn't name?
And just as a question while we're waiting for some of them to comment in the chat, what do y'all think about the live stream versus podcast recording?
I guess I don't know yet.
Same, different?
I don't know if you were asking us or asking the audience. I think
no, I'm asking. I mean, either one.
I feel less
I figure
pressure.
while they're commenting on who they think their player is, what do you guys think of live streaming versus recording, editing, and then throwing out?
I feel less pressure. I feel like I'm more relaxed and maybe not as sharp on my answers, but maybe that comes off as more authentic.
Well, I mean, we've said it from day one. The vibe that we really wanted to create with this channel is that essence of sitting in a room with your friends and talking about sports. That's what we aim to do every week. We want to talk about what's happening in various sports. We want to talk about what's relevant and new and stuff like that. But just an authentic feel. We're not analysts. We're not experts in anything. We just have certain things that we're passionate about when it comes to sports. And we not only want to have those conversations with each other, but we want to be able to have those conversations with you guys as well, because maybe there's a sport that you want to talk about that maybe your friends just don't really get at the same level. I've always felt that way about the draft. I mean, I appreciate being able to have this conversation because the draft is my favorite sporting event of the year. I've said that multiple times, in the past couple of months. I would rather watch the draft than watch the Super Bowl or the national championship. The draft is my favorite thing. So being able to go live and share this experience with more people than what I could fit in my living room is really cool. So I like the live stream when necessary. I don't know that I see it being a weekly thing right now, but I could see us coming up with more excuses to have a live stream.
Here comes Brian, 30 seconds ahead of me.
Interesting.
Okay. See that pick come through. We'll let Chris get the information while Brian types it into our scrolling feed there.
Okay, well, that's one of the ones Brad had. Not the main one he had.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I might have talked a little bit more about Tech McMillan than I did Jalen Walker. Tech McMillan, like I said, just his fit, the reason behind the pick just makes so much sense that it was more, I guess, what I would do if I was the general manager. But there's so much that goes into these decisions that you and I will never know about. There's so much information that these teams have access to that we'll never see the light of. Just as far as not only the athletic traits, the scheme fit, the X's and O's, a lot of that stuff can be figured out, but just the interviews, the get to know these players on a personal level, we don't really get to see that the way that they do. They have so much homework and deep diving that they do. They talk to high school and middle school coaches, and they want to know what their home life was like. There's so much that goes into it that sometimes they make picks that we never see coming. But Tech McMillan, like I said, it's just an obvious win for Carolina, having their own version of a Drake London to compete with the Drake London that's also in the division. I think it makes a lot of sense and really helps out Bryce Young in that offense. Good pick for them.
Oh, yeah.
I want to throw back to Cam Newton, a previous Panthers quarterback who might have had some accuracy issues coming out of Auburn. And one thing that they did to help him win at the level was they gave him big bodies to throw to. Obviously, they had a pretty good tight end. but they brought in a Kelvin Benjamin. They brought in, some 6'4", 6'5" targets to say, hey, we're going to get some wingspan on your target so you don't have to put it into the numbers every time. Just put it close and they'll get it. Bryce Young does not have the same limitations as what Cam Newton had as far as accuracy goes, but somebody that can win a 50-50 ball and make it more like a 60-40 or a 70-30 ball in your favor is going to help any quarterback. And Bryce Young, like I said, this is something that he does not have currently in his wide receiver room. So it makes a lot of sense for Carolina.
I agree. So with the Saints coming up and, struggling a little bit at the quarterback position, do they pick up Shedeur Sanders here? Or do they do something else?
Kyle says in the chat he thinks that the Saints are now taking Jalen Walker since Carolina passed on him. I do think Jalen Walker is a top 10 pick talent-wise, so I could definitely see that happening. Obviously, this is the first landing spot that you see possible for Shedeur Sanders. I've heard some mentions that maybe they prefer Jackson Dart. I believe their pick in the second round is pick 40. So it's possible that they could take a big defender here and try to trade up to get a Jackson Dart later in the first if that is who they decide to go with. Obviously, Derek Carr having his shoulder injury, the need for quarterback is at the forefront of the organization right now. Yeah. But, this is a team that you think, are they going to compete this year no matter who their quarterback is? And a lot would say no. So do you not take the best player on the board? Do you take a Jalen Walker and then next year think of maybe a Nussmeier from LSU, kind of a hometown kid? Not everybody's going to get to draft Arch Manning, but the quarterback class already for next year looks like it could be better than this one.
Sure.
And if you're not getting the Cam Ward, if you're not getting who you view as being a long-term day one starter, maybe they have questions about Shedeur Sanders' ability to lead their team, be a scheme fit, a culture fit, whatever it may be. Do they pass on quarterback and take a more talented player at another position? And I think Jalen Walker fits that description. So I'm kind of agreeing with Kyle at this point. I could definitely see Jalen Walker being the pick there over Shedeur Sanders, but we know that quarterback is king, and I'm never going to be surprised when a team that doesn't have a good one takes one. I mean, God, we've seen Christian Ponder and Blaine Gabbert. We've seen some really bad quarterbacks, worse than Shedeur Sanders, get taken at this juncture of the draft.
Sure.
So it doesn't ever surprise me, but we'll see here soon. The Saints pick is in, so they'll be announcing it here in the near future.
Look at that graphic. Really? Haven't taken one since 71.
Yep.
Archie Manning?
Yep.
And here's the thing, is that a little bit of foreshadowing because they think this pick is going to be quarterback? Or do they really just want to put the Manning name up there to say, hey, the Saints had Archie Manning in 71. Do they take in 2026? Do they take his grandson?
That would kind of be kind of cool, I think.
That'd be a cool
As
story.
a Falcons fan, no, it would not.
Well, I agree with that, but
all right, Saints pick is being announced now. We'll give everybody a chance to catch up to that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So not a name that I would have pegged. This is somebody that I thought could potentially go earlier than expected, but I thought it was more in the offensive line needs for San Francisco, maybe 14 to
big guy.
The Colts, 13 to Miami, somewhere in that range. I did not see 9th overall to the Saints. But offensive line was a need even before Ryan Ramczyk retired. So this is certainly not a bad pick for New Orleans, just not the direction I expected them to go in. Obviously, big boy Texas, really good run game. This is good for Alvin Kamara. This is good for whatever quarterback they send out there. This year, Derek Carr's not able to play.
I actually had him picked way down at 25 with the Texans on my little mock what I thought everybody was going to do, but
Here you go.
Uh,
interesting.
So I guess the next thing we should predict is that Mary, my wife, who has no idea how to take care of herself, what is she going to make for herself for dinner? Because she never makes dinner for herself. And it sounds like
Okay.
something in the air fryer. It's crazy. Crazy here. I don't know what's going on. She's probably making chicken fingers in the air fryer. Pizza in the air fryer.
Oh man, I was
Wow.
about to set a poll up in the chat. Do we have A, ramen noodles, B, a sandwich, C, cereal?
Oh my gosh, yes, cereal.
Oh, Mary has joined again for
Oh.
the second time.
Third
I
time.
bet Mary
What is
can
this?
make a
Crawl
mean
behind
bowl
the
of
couch
Lucky
and came back
Charms.
in. I was literally just crawling.
No, the second time officially.
Oh, that. I meant I thought you meant today.
See, our stream numbers got to go up now because Mary's back on there.
Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, no, he's already been on.
You're not bringing in enough followers.
No, he's not. But
All right, Bears. They could do something really cool and take a running back not named Ashton Genty. They could take an Omarion Hampton. They could take a Travian Henderson. They've made a lot of investments in the offensive line, but they've still got a right tackle position that they could trade out. I could see this being the Tyler Warren landing spot as well.
yeah, who do we have here?
I don't know. Red lipstick is bright on that girl on the right.
Red lipstick, man. Red everything.
I have no idea who these ladies are.
Is that my TV that's playing, or is that? I hear somebody's TV. Is it mine or is it somebody else's?
Mine is
Could be
not
mine.
loud. I only hear the air fryer.
Put mine down a little bit in case it was mine.
I believe it was yours, Brad.
Schedule release. That's what I'm seeing now.
Oh, too much talking. Who do you pick?
Not enough drafting.
I
All
gotta
right,
go
Don,
to
you'll
work in
have
the
to
morning.
elaborate what that C means. Is that a center or I'm not sure what you. Oh, C might have been in response to Mary. Was that the cereal response in the chat?
Cereal.
They're still talking. So one thing I noticed is we've got 5 viewers, but only 3 likes. It's kind of
Oh, come
disappointing.
on now.
What are
Can
those
we
other
get
two
5
people doing?
likes? At least. Come on.
All right, drop a
All
like
that-
on this
all that-
video if you're glad to see those girls walk off the stage.
All that talking and they didn't even pick anybody.
Oh,
They were
like,
just there
what
to
were they
promote
there
the
for?
schedule release.
liked them on the stage, but you know, I get the point. I get the point.
All right.
Oh, look at that hat.
I got one upstairs.
Yeah, should have made its debut on the stream tonight. I don't know that it
That-
would have paired well with your headphones, but
Yeah, that's my son's hat, so I'll let
Wow.
him be the cheesehead.
Yeah.
speaking of, I'm surprised Tyler has not made an appearance in the chat before. I'm kind of disappointed in him.
Yeah. He liked the social post. All right, what do we have here?
Hey, we made it up to 5 likes. There we go.
There we go. We got a couple in there.
5
Steve
viewers, 5
Mike.
likes.
Even things out a little bit. Appreciate you guys.
Steve meant Michael, the wrestler, too.
I don't believe so, but it's possible.
Oh, I heard a wrestler died. I thought it was him.
Very good. Very good. No offense to Walter Payton, but I'm much more interested in knowing who they took tonight rather than who they took 50 years ago.
I agree.
Hey man, Walter Payton was pretty good, you know.
He's the man of the year every year.
Also the Heisman of the FCS, right?
Yes.
As soon as they make this pick, I believe I'm going to take a short break.
All right.
So I will just,
You'll have time.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's the booze. I love to hear it. Oh man.
Oh, well, of course they'll get booze in Green Bay. Let's see, what do we got?
Let Chris see that
Interesting.
pick there.
Oh, well, tight end action.
So there's been a lot of talk that some teams had Colston Loveland higher on their draft board than Tyler Warren. Obviously, Chicago was one of those teams. So Colston Loveland
Apparently.
had a range of, 7 to 22, I think, coming into this draft.
Yeah.
22 being the absolute four, which is where the Chargers pick, where his former collegiate coach is now the head coach. And I think that, man, the 49ers has already turned in their picks. I don't know if that's just because the
Whoa,
clock
there
has
it
been
is,
running through all the schedule release. Maybe they backed themselves up a little bit. Or maybe they were just really excited to turn in a card for Jalen Walker. Maybe we'll see. But back to Colston Loveland,
Yeah.
he is much more a receiver than he is a blocker at
Yeah.
this point. Although there was a lot of running in Michigan, he can block. He's not a Kyle Pitts. I don't think he's a liability. What really worries me about this pick is they already have Cole Kmet there, who is a very good, accomplished tight end in Chicago. They did get rid of Keenan Allen this offseason, which bumps up Roma Dunze. But Roma Dunze last year as a rookie had 100 targets. I think he had actually 101 targets as a rookie. And that was third on the team behind DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, who I think actually had the seventh most targets of any receiver in the NFL last year. Obviously, those targets are vacated. I expect a good number of those to go up to Roma Dunze. DJ Moore will probably pick up a few. I do trust Ben Johnson, the new head coach there. You saw what he was able to do for Detroit the last couple of years. But Colston Loveland is not somebody that I think you should expect to have a big year one impact, because it's not a position that you see a lot of year one production from. Kyle Pitts and Brock Bowers be damned. But there's just so much other talent in that offense that they've invested in that, how quickly can he get meaningful reps and actual make the most of his targets with Roma Dunze and DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, and whatever else they might add to that offense moving forward.
And Don, I believe all of us would agree with your Dallas pick there.
What?
He doesn't see the YouTube chat. So Don said, calling it now, Dallas will select a new owner so they can actually have hopes and dreams again.
Okay, cool.
Which I might argue that all they have is hopes and dreams.
All right. When was my laptop?
Learn about the NASCAR defense and get fully equipped, and we can figure this out.
Trying to figure out how far behind our stream is.
What do you
The
mean?
49ers pick is already in. That means Dallas is technically on the clock. So 49ers possibly going Jalen Walker. Or I don't think they take offensive line here, even though it was mentioned a couple of times. But taking any Dallas target out of the equation, not knowing who San Francisco's taking, who are your eyes on as far as Dallas goes right now, Chris? What would you like to see them do?
Oh, I really don't know. Who's on the board for offensive line still that you might would take here?
Well, Josh Simmons is probably a guy that was viewed as being a top 3 pick before his injury. He's a tackle from Ohio State. I've seen him get a lot of buzz lately. Some people thought he would be taken later on in the first round.
Yeah.
But maybe teams view him higher than a lot of pundits do. So that's a name to watch if they do go offensive line. Josh Connerly is another one. I believe he was a tackle from Oregon. who people think the NFL is higher on than most people suspect. Most analysts don't have him going that high. Some people have seen him more as a top 10 pick in the second round as far as draft capital goes, but we've seen the NFL does not care about that. It's very much a go get your guy type of league. If you have a lot of faith that he can do it, then they'll do it. So those would be the two names to watch as far as offensive line goes if they go the tackle route. There's also a guard from North Dakota State named Gray Zabel that if they did want to go guard to replace Zach Martin, that would be kind of my dark horse pick is Gray Zabel. But obviously you've got Omarion Hampton and Travion Henderson at running back that are still on the board. You've got Luther Burden from Missouri as a wide receiver. You've also got Matthew Golden, wide receiver for Texas, kind of keep him in state. I know a lot of people think that he could be the pick for Dallas. I just didn't know where your head was at. And I'd throw out Tyler Warren as well. I don't think that Ferguson is the end-all be-all at tight end that would basically prevent them from taking a tight end that they viewed as being a better overall prospect, which Tyler Warren certainly would be.
As far as the names you put out there, I am quite a big fan of Luther Burden. Maybe that's a stretch, but I like what I've seen of him. But I think you're in a kind of a position where you like the few guys that's already been taken, and I don't know what you're gonna do here. And can you rule out Shedeur Sanders? Like, I know you paid Dak a whole lot of money, but like, could you just blow it up and say, like, the Falcons did it? The Falcons had their guy, and they were like, we're gonna take Michael Penix, and do you want to take Sanders? That'd be crazy, but Jerry's not in his right mind, so.
Well, and a lot of people thought that Terry Fontenot wasn't in his right mind when he took Michael Penix last year. And
that's maybe not a horrible pick, by the way. I'm just saying, just something you don't expect.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see them take it. Obviously, there are Dallas ties to the Sanders family, so it would make sense as far as that goes. I think it would be a really good way to make sure that Schottenheimer is a one-year head coach. But maybe that's the plan anyway. Maybe they already have their mindset on somebody else next year.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Bill Belichick rumors coming into this offseason before the Schottenheimer hire there, but I wouldn't rule it out. I just think that it doesn't help them compete this year. And I think Dallas, with as fragile as they're set up, every move that they make needs to be in moving towards contention. And I don't know that Shedeur really does that. I don't know if Dallas is in position to
probably not the great
build
fit
for the future versus trying to compete right now. All right, I see San Francisco's pick is finally being announced. Jahad Campbell, Jalen Walker, Walter Nolan, a few names that I've mentioned for this pick.
God, they're pretty loud, aren't they?
As they should be. It's American pride. I'll give you a minute to catch up. There's another name that I forgot to mention in my list that is floated.
Hey, some of those players.
So Michael Williams, pass rusher out of Georgia.
Yeah,
obviously,
I've seen him.
You're familiar. A bit surprising that he's going ahead of Jalen Walker, his teammate. But again, when you talk about defenders, so much of it is need and scheme fit, because whereas I think that Jalen Walker is very good as a pass rusher, I think his fit at the next level is at off-ball linebacker spot. And San Francisco obviously wanted pressure on the edge. They wanted to team somebody with Bosa and wreak havoc, something that they're known for doing. I think that's a very good pick, and I'm honestly disappointed in myself more than anything that I did not mention Williams. But we are one pick closer to Jalen Walker falling into the laps of Atlanta at pick 15. So I'm not mad about that if that's the case there. Cowboys pick is in. They do not trade out, so we will have a new
There it
Cowboy here in the
is,
near
yeah.
future.
Oh boy.
What's funny is I've seen a good number of mock drafts where Michael Williams actually fell, and you probably can guess where he fell to before I even tell you, but it's pick 32 to the Philadelphia Eagles because
Yeah,
this happens
I have
every
seen that.
year. There's always a player that shouldn't fall that does, and they always get taken by the Eagles, and more often than not, they play defense for the Georgia Bulldogs.
And it's worked out for him a little
Yeah,
bit lately.
they've got rings for a reason.
Yeah, they got some. What a beast. Looks so big in that company compared to on the field in Athens, of course.
Yeah, got the Savage pads on in the picture. It's a
Very
good look.
small people in that room with him. The pick is in. Yeah, we've heard.
Got to be pretty excited about that.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, give me an offensive lineman.
All right, let's see what we have.
I think you'll be a fan of this.
Ooh, big boy. Big boy.
Tyler Booker, I don't think can play tackle except in emergency situations.
Yeah.
As far as physically imposing guards, he is exactly what you're looking for. He's not the technician that Zach Martin was.
Well,
but when
you can't be.
But when you think about guards that are taken this high, they have to
Yeah.
be really good at one thing or another, and his superpower is his run blocking. He moves people in the run game. And whereas I don't necessarily believe that we've seen who the long-term running back is going to be for Dallas yet, I think that they might
No.
take one on day 2 of the draft. We'll see tomorrow night. This helps whoever it is, whether that's Javonte Williams, whether that's Miles Sanders, or an incoming draft pick. Tyler Booker is going to be really good for them.
O-line, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
We welcome
It's a
Brian
good,
back to the draft.
Made it back. I was catching up on some missed picks I had there, so catch our board back that's scrolling alongside of Brad there. Before I turn my camera back on.
Don has experienced a wave of emotions over the last couple picks. He went from very excited to see a UGA player get drafted to very sad to see an Alabama player.
Well,
I think that's kind of a double dip dose of hate to be a Georgia fan who's also a Giants fan to see an Alabama player go to the Cowboys. That's just not something you like to see.
Especially not a really good one, you know. It's going to help out that line, man.
Yeah, you see the highlights showing him at left guard. I do think he'll be a better right guard in the NFL, but he can play either guard spot. I'm not sure if he could play center as well. I'm not familiar with any kind of experience he has in that position, but I think you plug him in at right guard and watch your run game improve automatically. He's not somebody that's going to get bullied by the oversized defensive tackles in the league. He's got a lot of point of attack strength, a lot of play strength. He's very good at what Dallas likes to do.
Yeah. What's that, lose?
I'm not going to say more often than not. I think they're pretty 50-50.
Yeah. 7 and 10 is not great, of course, but
I'm like Don. I think they need a new owner versus new players.
Yeah, well, give it time. He's 85 years old or something like that.
Yeah, but what's stopping them from just saying Stephen Jones is taking over and then you get 40 more years of the same thing?
Just pride, Vince McMahon type stuff. Well, other things stepped in there, but Dolphins. I don't really know how to pick this one at all, so
That's
I'm
a
gonna,
pretty cool chain he's got on that T book.
yeah,
Cool little design, iced out.
be right back.
So while you were gone, Brian, Chris and I had some conversation about them going offensive line or maybe adding a skill position player, whether it be running back, wide receiver, tight end. They had a lot of different ways that Dallas could go,
Yeah.
but we see another offensive lineman fly off the board. Are you kind of surprised by that, or?
Not really. I mean, I really had the Cowboys picking a wide receiver, but you know,
Who did you have them taking? Was that
Golden.
Matthew Golden? Yeah, that
Mhm.
was another name that I'd mentioned.
Yeah, I think we've both been kind of close on who we thought would go, but you know, obviously we're not in the war room and don't really see it, but you know, I don't think that was a bad pick either with Booker. So you know, Dallas has a lot of needs. I think we've discussed them several times in the podcast. Um, you know, line was definitely one of them. Quarterback is, you know,
Probably
Dak,
take what you got.
Dak Prescott. You know, I think he was good ish when he came into the league. I'm not so sure. You know, I believe he just had surgery this year. So, you know, does he come back healthy and strong? You know, remains to be seen. I still think ownership is questionable, but you don't get to draft ownership and you don't get to change it. You know, obviously if they own it, and I'm no big fan of Arthur Blank with the Falcons either. So I'm not just throwing shade at Jerry Jones. There's several owners that need to step aside and let football people be football people, and
We're looking at you, Arthur Blank.
let billionaires be billionaires. You know.
Yeah, Don mentioned in the chat he thinks that the Dolphins should take Shador Sanders to be the backup for Tua's next concussion.
I, you know, that's a funny joke, but I don't see it happening.
No, I
I
mean,
think
not that I
I
think
think Tua's
it's
proven himself a little bit lately.
well, not that I think it would prevent them from taking a quarterback that they really liked, but I know
Yeah,
they brought in Zach Wilson this offseason from the
sure.
Broncos to be the
Yeah.
new quarterback. So we won't see Skylar Thompson trotted back out there in the instance. This is somebody who has second overall draft capital behind him, even if he doesn't necessarily have second overall talent, as we've seen so far. But I think being a backup, learning that McDaniel system might not be a bad thing for him. For Zach Wilson, I think the offense doesn't completely tank with Zach Wilson in there. He does have some reps, some experience at this point. I think being a good backup is kind of the Zach Wilson ceiling at this point. And I think they have bigger needs. I could see them going. Really, I think this is your first spot for a defensive back, not named Travis Hunter. There are a lot of good corners. There are a lot of good safeties that could go. You know, like a Malachi Starks out of Georgia is a name that you'll start seeing thrown around.
I actually think he's later in the draft. I don't think he's this high yet, but
I mean, we see players. It only takes one team. We've seen people that we thought were third rounders and they go in the first round just because a team views them differently. You just never really know. My favorite safety in this class is actually Nick Emanwari out of South Carolina. I think he's a little bit better than Starks is. They play the position a little bit differently. I mean, there's a corner from Michigan that I think could hear his name called soon that I've actually seen tossed around in this position. Jalen Walker is still on the board. Offensive lineman is still a need for the Dolphins, and there's some good ones out there. Is this where you see a Simmons or a Connerly go higher than expected? Dolphins are one of the hard ones to predict, I think.
I have actually picking an offensive line, but we'll see here in just a second. Yep.
So there was a little foreshadowing to this pick earlier.
Hmm.
When I was talking about the 5th overall pick, I said that there was a second
Yeah.
defensive tackle from Michigan that I think
Yeah.
would go higher than expected.
You did.
Brian, just out of curiosity, did you have Kenneth Grant in your mock draft, and where did you have him going as far as pick number goes?
Let me see. I did not have him picked. Let's see. Where did I have him? I actually not too far down. I had him going 16th to the Cardinals. So I
Okay,
did have him
yeah.
go in first round. It's just I had him a little bit later, not. But I mean, it could have flipped either way. I did have this pick starred because I was like you. It's just like I don't know who goes. I know the offensive line is a need. I just didn't know which one they were going to take. I had. Let's see who I had. Gray Zale. Is
Zabel.
it Zabel?
Yeah.
I feel
Sorry.
like they're not really
My
far
writing's
off.
terrible.
I feel like they're not really far off of having a really great offense. Like just a little bit of tweaking here and there, and they could have something going.
But
I agree.
health is the big thing. I mean, you saw how they crumbled when Tua went down. Jalen Waddle stays in the medical tent. He doesn't have long-term injury. He doesn't miss starts, but he misses games because
Yeah.
you just see him get nicked up on the very first drive. He'll go to the medical tent and not come back. So it's like it registers as a game played for him, but he's not really there. Obviously, Tyreek Hill, with his speed, he has been known to have hamstring injuries, some soft tissue stuff going on. Just the way that he plays kind of invites some injuries from time to time. Obviously, their running back room has faced some injuries. They don't always help themselves with the type of running backs that they deploy. When you look at like a Devon Achane and stuff like that, very, very explosive capabilities in that offense, but maybe lacking some consistency.
Yeah.
Colts, I think, is kind of another chalk pick. Tyler Warren has been the popular name for this all draft season. And recently it's just been, does he make it to 14? Because he probably doesn't make it past 14. So the fact that Colston Loveland went ahead of him when some people said that Warren could have gone as high as 7 to the Jets or even 5th overall to the Jaguars, I think that would be the most obvious pick here is Tyler Warren going to the Colts.
I actually have him picking a DB here.
Oh. Okay.
Hold on, they're fixing them pick.
Let's see. 10 seconds later.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Chris is like, and thank you for that.
I don't know. I'm seeing the pick right now.
So here's the thing about Tyler Warren. I'll talk about him now that everybody knows that's the pick. Is a lot of people worry about him because of his breakout age. He's a little bit older of a prospect. They wonder why he was only good for 1 year at Penn State. But look at the tight ends that were ahead of him. Last year it was Theo Johnson, who I believe was a early 4th round pick by the Giants, who will be their starter. Before that, you had Pat Fryermuth, who is the starter for the Steelers. I mean, the fact that he wasn't on the field much isn't an indictment on his own talent, just the fact that there were more established options ahead of him. He basically had to wait his turn. And when he got it, it proved how good he could be. The other thing is he was a converted quarterback. He played quarterback in high school and got transitioned from quarterback to tight end at Penn State. So that's why you see him run a lot of the trick plays very similarly to what you see Taysom Hill do during his time at New Orleans. He can line up and take a direct snap. He can take it and run with it, especially goal line packages or 4th and short. You put the ball in his hands and let him make something happen. But if teams stack the box and try to stop him, he's got a little bit of a ability to throw it as well, being a former quarterback, that I think he is a gadget player. He can line up out wide. He can take snaps in the slot. He can be in line. He's a better blocker than Colston Loveland was. He is very transformative to an offense. I think the biggest thing now is you look at the current quarterback situation for Indianapolis and what Shane Steichen has to work with, because Anthony Richardson continue as the starter and take a step forward as a capable NFL passer? Because if not, Tyler Warren is going to suffer just like the rest of the pass catchers in Indianapolis do. Or do you see Daniel Jones take over and win that quarterback competition, in which case Tyler Warren actually does a lot better, I think, than he would with Richardson as the starter? This might be the best friend of a future draft pick at quarterback for the Colts, though. If neither of those guys pan out, he'll be very good. You just might not see it year one based off their quarterback position.
And we might have lost Chris's mic there. It looks like he was messing with it. Not sure if he got it fixed or not.
The magnet fell off.
Oh, there he is.
I believe it was just announced, courtesy of Don, that the Giants did end up picking up the 5th-year option for Kayvon Thibodeau. I looked over and happened to see that text come through.
Good move.
Kayvon Thibodeau, he was I think a top 5 pick out of Oregon. He's kind of, at the time, he was really hyped up as being the most disruptive pass rusher since Clowney. I don't think he's really lived up to that hype, but an athletic freak off the edge. And Abdul Carter, Thibodeau, you put both those guys on the field, they're going to get after quarterbacks. So I think it
wasn't
I think
he
it's cool.
wasn't he hurt the year he was drafted?
Don might have to answer that one. I'm not sure I remember.
I think I remember him being like a huge player, and then he got injured like mid-season, so for the rest of the year. So Don, what do you got?
Well, currently he's just speculating about the Falcons taking another quarterback. And Shedeur Sanders,
yeah. Here comes Sanders, huh?
Yeah, I did mention Sanders having ties to Dallas. He has those same ties to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would probably fall on the floor here, man. Like, just not going to be the pick here.
We would take off our Falcons clothing so fast.
Yeah, that would be, man, I don't know. That would not make sense.
Are y'all surprised not seeing any more trades than we have? I know we had that big one right at the beginning.
I heard earlier today that the Cowboys were looking to trade up and never happened. So I guess kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you just never really know. I think a lot of it's going to be some teams might have just really had their guy locked in. They knew who they were going to take, and so they weren't willing to move around. There are some players that we might have thought were going to go earlier that are starting to fall, and sometimes that can pressure teams into trading up. But every time, like a Tyler Booker, who you expect to go 10 picks later, goes at 12 instead of 22 or 25, it pushes another player down the line and almost creates a lack of need for a team to trade up, because they're going to say, oh, well, we had him lower on our board than what our pick was at, so now a better player is going to fall to us. I think maybe these players are just kind of falling into the laps of the teams that want them right now.
And I did have a note. I had it starred with the Cowboys. We were talking about me picking a wide receiver for them. I did have a drop down with a star of Tyler Booker going to the Cowboys. I knew it was going to be one of the two. I just didn't know which one.
Yeah, I think, and Chris can kind of speak to this. I think the Zach Martin retirement had opened up a gaping hole there at guard. I was told, by a couple of people that, maybe they already had an in-house replacement for Martin. I don't know if you can really replace a Zach Martin. That's just kind of a lofty term to use as far as replacement goes. I think you could say, oh, well, we've got somebody that we can play at guard and be comfortable with. I don't know that I'd call him a replacement, but it's pretty easy to assume that Booker is a big upgrade over who they would have on roster already.
Yeah, it was probably the safer pick of anything. And I think you had mentioned earlier off air that like Ted McMillan would be a good pick, and he was already gone. So address the immediate needs, and I think that's what they did. So I'm not too upset about it.
Oh, we are under a minute left on the Falcons, and it makes
Yeah,
you wonder,
you're
do they
making
have a guy that they're going to pick here? Because I would think if they were trading, they would have had to have gotten that turned in before now. But Atlanta seems to
it's
be
in.
using the most. Okay, there it is. They used the most of that clock.
That's too long.
nah, got to get it right.
Answering Brian's question about the lack of trades, Don said he's not really surprised. This isn't a particularly strong draft. I don't know if I even agree with that. I think the
No,
draft
it's
is actually it's
not
different
bad.
from what we used to see. There are different strengths in this draft. There's a lot of really good running backs. There's some good offensive linemen, a lot of good front seven players on defense. Whereas some drafts you see a lot of really good receivers. Sometimes you see a strong quarterback class. We don't have that this year. So it's really just a matter of how the needs line up to the teams that are picking right now. I don't think it's a bad draft class at all. I just
No.
think that the strengths are very unique in the combination that we're getting. But I think this draft, especially the top, the last half of the first round and the top half of the second round are going to be such a mix up. It's going to be really hard to predict because I think there's a lot of really good players almost in a bucket that you reach in and grab any one of them out and they're going to be just as good as any of the others. It's hard to rank them positionally at that point. And then Kyle says that he thinks your movement comes in the last 5 to 8 picks of the first and definitely on day 2. I think especially when you see these quarterbacks falling at one point in time, it was considered a lot that Shedeur Sanders was going in the top 3, top 5. And,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
Jackson Dart crawled up into the top 10 when you looked at the New Orleans landing spot. And now if those guys fall into the 20s, how many teams are going to be trying to come up 10 picks, from the top few picks? You look at the Cleveland, you look at the Giants, those
good
type
point.
teams to come back up and not only their guy, but also secure that 5th-year option for a quarterback is so big when you talk about contracts and negotiations and such.
That's a good point.
You look at a team like Minnesota who picks at 24, their biggest need is corner, and there's going to be a lot of corners taken in that range, but they could afford to move back. I believe they only have 4 picks in this draft. So that would be a spot to watch for a trade up.
All 7 Falcons fans in attendance there. All right, let's see what we got here before Brian says, "Wow."
No, I said I liked it.
Well, yeah, a lot of people are gonna like that because I see so many people just being
Go
like,
Dogs.
"I hate the Falcons. To hell with the Falcons because they don't draft any Georgia players." Like, well, here you go.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time. I used to be pretty big on the Atlanta Falcons message board.
Yeah,
And that was always a very, very vocal complaint
of
is
course.
that, Atlanta has essentially a pro football factory in their backyard right there in state. And you
Sure.
expect them to be so familiar with the players at UGA, but they never draft out of them. Sometimes that can be a good thing. Sometimes you want players to get away from their families, away from their circles. Sometimes these college players, they surround themselves with people that aren't good for their future. And it's better to take them out of that environment and let them escape their circle and force them to grow up on their own. And I don't know if that's a lot to say why the Falcons don't do it. I know a big complaint was Nakobe Dean. The Falcons in the second round, Nakobe Dean was there. Everybody just knew Dean was going to be the pick. A lot of people wanted them to take Nakobe Dean in the first round, and when they didn't, and he was still there at the second, they just knew that's who the Falcons were going to take. And they ended up taking Troy Anderson out of Montana State instead. Everybody's like, this is so Falcons. They take a linebacker from a small school nobody's ever heard of, not even mentioning the fact that Anderson was bigger, faster, stronger, former running back, converted to linebacker, has played more games than Nakobe Dean has for the Eagles. Didn't have the neck injury that Nakobe Dean had that made him fall because he was failing medicals left and right. A lot of teams were taking Dean off the board, and the Falcons needed somebody that could produce right away. And I think Anderson's been very good for Atlanta, but maybe this will quiet down those people that say we don't draft Bulldogs in Atlanta because we just got a very good one who was talked about being a top 8 pick in the draft and now falls in our lap at 15. That's just great value.
I don't think it's anything personal either. I think it's just taking who you think will be the best for your program or your franchise, and if that person's not there, then they're not there. Like the Falcons organization is not the Georgia Bulldogs organization. Like they're not related at all. But I get it. Like you got fans of both teams in the same area, and you'd like to see it sometimes. And here you go. Here it is.
Oh, we've got 6 people watching the stream, but obviously the 2 vocal ones have been Kyle and Don, a couple of Georgia fans. I'd like to
Yeah.
see some of those other people get involved. Let us know who you're a fan of, who's your team, who you're watching for, and certainly what you think about the draft so far. We're about halfway through the first round. Don is very surprised that the Falcons actually made the right pick in taking Jalen Walker. And Kyle is impressed that we didn't get cute. He said, just don't give him a fast car.
Don't give them the Tracy Chapman, huh?
I'm really surprised the Falcons didn't go edge rusher though. Honestly, they need it like really bad. I'm not upset with Jalen Walker though, but I'm really because I think that's what I've heard for the past month is how they were eyeing edge rushers from several different teams. So I was really surprised I didn't see them pick an edge rush there.
Well, I mean, Jalen Walker, I mentioned this before when we were talking about him potentially going to Carolina at pick 8. He is known as an off-ball linebacker, but I think similarly to like a Micah Parsons was an edge rusher who got converted to off-ball linebacker, and then an off-ball linebacker turned back into an edge rusher. We've seen him excel at both, and Jalen Walker has that same skill set. I think he can be very good at any linebacker spot. I think you could literally play him at any of the 4 linebacker spots. He's got some coverage ability. He's got a good bit of pass rush ability, but he's a tackling machine. I think he's just so athletic that he can do anything you ask him to and excel at it. And being that we do have a defensive-minded head coach, I think you had to have that chess piece, so to speak, where you can put him wherever and he's going to make an impact. I think it makes a lot of sense. I do think that you get some sacks out of him. I think that you might get some interceptions, some fumbles. He's a very, very good player. Probably the most athletic linebacker we've had since Deion Jones. Don, to answer your question, is he an edge rusher? It's hard to say with Georgia's defense because they do play a multiple scheme on defense. They list players as linebacker, an edge. Obviously, you saw Williams went earlier. He is more of a true edge rusher as what you think about in the NFL. Whereas, like I said, with who the Falcons just took, he is somebody that you can play all across the defensive front. So not a dedicated pass rusher, but he does give you some contributions in that department. I think Falcons fans should be very happy with that.
Could certainly pressure the quarterback regardless.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily had the Cardinals going in that direction, but Nolan is a guy that I had seen basically having a ceiling of going 11 overall to the 49ers. He's somebody that I've heard consistently could go higher than expected. Some people thought he'd go in the 20s or even top half of the second round, and teams are a lot higher on him. This was actually a pick that I thought could have been wide receiver. I know they just took Marvin Harrison last year in the first round, but a Matthew Golden could have been a good fit for them to play across from him, really help out Kyler Murray.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
I think the Cardinals, looking at this pick, they're very similar to the way that I view the Commanders right now, in that their offense can be very good. They've got the pieces on offense to compete with everybody, but their defense lets them down far too often.
Yep.
And so I think adding a big defensive force like Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss, I think just kind of helps them be more competitive on that side of the ball and kind of evens out the playing field. It's a worthy investment that they made there. And Tyler will be happy to see some Texas A&M footage being rolled out.
Yeah, there. Absolutely.
Very big motor guy, Walter Nolan. I mean, somebody his size to be able to move the way that he does is almost unfair in a way. Extremely disruptive. You can line him up anywhere on the front. He's very good.
Yeah, very strong kid.
Absolutely. I mean, he just ragdolls offensive lineman. He gets his paws on a running back. It's play over. Go ahead and blow the whistle.
All right, let's go over to the Bengals. You think what do you got there?
Bengals need defensive help more than anything. I can see them taking anywhere in that front seven and it being a good pick. Bengals are another team though that you never really know. They're not conventional. When everybody said they needed to take an offensive lineman, they took Jamar Chase, and everybody's like, I get it because of the Joe Burrow, but should they have taken Penei Sewell instead? And
Yeah.
Penei Sewell has been fantastic for Detroit, but can you really argue with the results of what Jamar Chase has meant for the Bengals so far? So as much as we would love to see them invest on the defensive side of the ball, we've seen them pay Burrow, we've seen them pay T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. They've got so much money tied up on the offensive side of the ball. They almost have to draft defense. An edge rusher like Mike Green would be a good pick for them.
Yep.
Jihad Campbell is a linebacker that I think would be a good fit for them. I could see them also taking a defensive tackle. There's still a couple of those that are very talented that I think could be the pick there, but
I'm same way that I had the Falcons. I've got the Bengals. I think they go edge here. They need the help on the defense. So I think I got them picking Williams.
Michael Williams.
Yeah, has he already been picked?
Yeah, he was the 9th overall pick
Yep,
to
yep,
the
yep.
Saints.
So that was my other pick for them. I also have Stewart.
Shamar Stewart would be a really good one.
Yeah,
Shamar Stewart is from Texas A&M. He's very toolsy, very athletic. He has not had the production that you would expect from somebody that could potentially be drafted this high. But he's yet another player, like what I said with Walter Nolan, in that he's going to get drafted higher than you think because teams are higher on him than draft analysts are.
Yeah, I literally put.
Go ahead.
I literally put them in the Falcons, and put whoever picked the one would pick the other. But obviously the Falcons didn't pick that way. But so it's kind of a toss up. But I still think they're going to go. Bengals should go edge. Chris, do you have an opinion on the Bengals?
No, but it does seem like a lot of teams need someone on the edge. Like, I guess that's just an invaluable pick, and something that could help a whole lot of teams. And I just don't know if there's enough players to go around,
Well, I think as you see the mobile quarterbacks really coming to their own in the NFL, that's what people are looking for, is somebody to come around and help that contain. And, so I think the edge rushers have, picked up over the last few years as these fast mobile quarterbacks come up. And, Commanders, the Baltimore, all of those teams is just, and I actually think you'll see it with Penix. I don't think he's as mobile as some of those, but he can still move. I wouldn't let him just run freely.
Kyle, I don't think you have to worry about Shamar Stewart. I think if I was picking somebody here for the Bengals, it would be Shamar Stewart. I like Mike Green as well from Marshall, but I know he's got some off the field concerns. He's kind of fallen down some teams' draft boards. A lot of people thought that could have been the pick for the Falcons at 15, just because they need the pass rush so much that they have to overlook some of those off the field concerns. Obviously, they probably weren't expecting Jalen Walker to fall in their laps there. But Shamar Stewart, Mike Green, I think both are good picks here for the Bengals. But I think Stewart is the name to look for here.
I guess nowadays you're going to need people on the edge to run a 4.6 or lower, just based on how things are going. Like
Yeah.
you just need someone to close in on the edge.
Yeah,
Real
somebody like a
fast.
James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Somebody that's just very athletic. I mean, you've got
Yeah.
you've got defensive ends that are running 40 times akin to some of the running
Yeah.
backs coming out. I mean, it's just insane to do it at the size that they do.
Yeah. Be really helpful to anyone.
I mean, wasn't it Clowney that ran like a 4.44 at 265 pounds when he was coming out? I mean, just some of the athletes that you see on the field are insane. And Shamar Stewart, as we see going to Cincinnati here, as we talked about, he's another one of those athletic freaks. He shouldn't be able to move the way that he does, but he hasn't had the production to go along with it like he should have.
Yeah.
Kyle, I do like the way you're thinking, though, as far as Atlanta coming up to get him. I don't know as far as what we really have to move up with. Obviously, we don't have a third or a fifth. We lost some in some trades. We gave our third to the Patriots, I believe, and the fifth we lost for the Kirk Cousins tampering. So we have a second. We have a fourth. I mean, I wouldn't mind moving up for a talented, edge rusher like a James Pierce Jr. and really an influx of talent to our front seven. I just don't know that we have the capital to move up. We might have to stand pat and let somebody fall to us, as difficult as that might be for us to do.
Yeah, you've been big on James Pierce Jr. for a couple months now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's very talented, very athletic. He had a fantastic combine, tested really well, looked really fluid on the field drills. There's not too much not to like about him as a player. As a prospect, when you start getting into the off-field stuff, he has some issues there. But talent is talent. We've seen some really troubled college players turn into just perfectly fine pros, and
Sure.
we need the help.
Man, they're gonna kill Roger Goodell, man.
Right.
Some
They're
people won't be
wrapping
mad
him
about
up
that.
like a Peyton Manning. Just like, I'm gonna break you, old man.
Okay, couple names to watch for the Seahawks here. Gray Zabel is one offensive lineman we've mentioned a couple of times. I could also see this be the landing spot for either a Luther Burden or more specifically a Matthew Golden. You see DK Metcalf is gone. Tyler Lockett's gone.
Tyler Lockett, yeah.
Who just signed today with the Titans. So
Yes.
he's probably the third best receiver in the league, according to Cam Ward. I don't know if you guys have seen that. Cam Ward listing all the Titans players as the top players at their position. But Kyle is mentioning possibly a Mika Egbuka here. The only problem with an Egbuka is I view him very similarly to a JSN in that they can certainly play outside, but they win so much better in the slot that it almost seems like a redundant pick. Whereas I think Matthew Golden is a little bit better on the outside. I've heard a lot of talk about offensive line going to Seattle. That's why I think Gray Zabel is a name to watch for here. Obviously, Connor Lee is Simmons. Both are options, but I think Golden would be a name over Egbuka here.
I actually had a couple of different ways it could have gone. Obviously, with Tyler Booker being off the table, I actually like Starks going right here. Malachi Starks from Georgia. To be that dominant safety back in the backfield.
Right. I think obviously the Seahawks pick is in, but Tampa Bay at 19, I know is open to moving back. I mentioned the Vikings being open to moving back. A lot of these teams in that 19 to 24, 25 range are teams to watch for as far as teams wanting to come back up to get a quarterback. So talking about the lack of trades that have been there so far, I think you could see that change in the very near future.
Did we all hear that Rodgers is open to like just straight up retiring instead of like going to a team he doesn't want to? Which I think is fair.
He must have watched the podcast.
He must
believe-
have.
I
And-
believe I mentioned that several weeks ago.
Yeah, and I said that I thought he had a little bit left to give, but now I'm kind of starting to lean on your side. Like, if he doesn't think he can win and he doesn't find a good fit, why not retire? You know? And I guess this will play out and help him decide what he wants to do in that regards too. So anyway, here we go. In my 10-second delay.
Let that pick come in for Chris.
North Dakota State, huh? Okay. Well, they've got just as good a talent as FBS schools. They've got just as good a talent as Northern Illinois or Tulsa or anyone like that. So
Yeah, Zabel is
We
somebody that I
can, Brad.
mentioned as early as pick 11 or 12 earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was the guard that I thought would go sooner. Obviously, Tyler Booker gets that distinction here. But Zabel is a great guard. He has played tackle, but I think he'll have to move inside in the pros. And I think it was a position that's really needed for Seattle. I think this is good for Sam Darnold, good for that offense, good for Ken Walker.
looks just as every bit as good as anyone in FBS.
Oh, absolutely. I think
Yeah.
very technically sound. Like I said,
Wouldn't
I think
worry
he's
about
got
him
some.
being in the FCS at all.
No, not at all. He wouldn't be taking this high if anybody had any issues with him. I don't think that he has the length and athleticism necessarily to play tackle. So I do think he is purely a guard, but I think he can be a very good guard for a long time.
Yeah.
Obviously, if we see a card turned in for Tampa Bay, if they don't in fact trade back, like what some people have said, Jahad Campbell, a linebacker from Alabama, is who I would have going here. I think that's kind of one of those match made in heaven prospect fits. It's exactly what they need. And they've needed somebody like that for a while. You talk about what Devin White has meant for them and him getting closer to the end of his career. I think Jahad Campbell comes in and makes their defense better from day one and can eventually be the quarterback of the defense, so to speak, a green dot player for them, mic'd up and making calls. He's who I've had going to Tampa Bay for a while now.
Yep, that's exactly who I had picked as well.
All right.
Campbell would be perfect for them, but like I said, there's been a lot of smoke about them possibly moving back, so maybe they're not as in love with Campbell, or maybe they think they can move back a little bit and still get him. I'm not sure. Donovan Ezeraku is another pass rusher. I believe he's from Boston College. He's another name to watch for in this range.
Yep.
Some people think that NFL teams are a lot higher on him than what you've heard reported. That being said, Campbell or a trade back would be what I'd like to see here as far as Tampa Bay goes. And then Denver is an interesting pick as well, because I think that's the first real chance that we have of a second running back going. I'd be real excited to see either Travion Henderson or Amarian Hampton being taken there for Denver.
Yeah, I have Hampton as well going to Denver.
So, Chris, I'll ask your thoughts on this too. Do you think that this being such a good running back class, do you think that helps the running backs get drafted earlier because you want to get the best of the best? Or do you think that pushes running backs down the board because teams will say, oh, there's so many good ones, I don't have to take one now, I can take one later on?
I think it pushes them back.
I do too.
Yeah. I think it pushes them back because, like, even if you have a guy in mind, the next one or the one following that could be just as good. And you never know. Like, you could get a guy that you think is really great. He twists the knee, and the other guy could be, $500,000 less, and you could take him for, a better deal. And I don't think you can argue that. I think that's a great line of thinking. And just with it being so deep, who's to say you're wrong on picking one over the other?
Yeah, Kyle and Don, if y'all are still in the chat, maybe drop some comments there so we can read those out. I'm not real big into Vegas lines, betting odds and stuff, just aren't really my thing. I do think I heard that the current line for running backs in the first round is set at 2.5. And so obviously the under would be 2. So A lot of people think that Genty's not going to be the only running back, and I think Omarion Hampton is the other name that is the safe selection here. But I've heard similarly to the same way that people said Colston Loveland was higher than Tyler Ward on some people's boards, and we saw that come to fruition. Is it possible that Travion Henderson is higher on some teams' boards than Omarion Hampton? Whereas we think Hampton might be the only other running back that goes in the first round. Who's to say Henderson doesn't go pick 20 to Denver and then say the Steelers turn right around at pick 21 and then take Hampton because they didn't expect him to be there, and we get two running backs back to back? I do see the Buccaneers pick is in now, so we will not be getting a trade here as well.
Oh.
Pittsburgh, I think, is another interesting landing spot, not to look over Denver, who could certainly, make another wave with a Matthew Golden or a Mika Egbuka. But Pittsburgh, is that not the current landing spot favorite for a Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
With Aaron Rodgers' lack of commitment, to have a Sanders who was once viewed as a top 2 or 3 pick to fall in their lap at 21. Is this Kenny Pickett all over, or is this exactly what they were hoping for?
And if he goes to Pitt, what does that mean for Rodgers? Does he think about retiring? Does he just do something weird? Like, is Rodgers seeing his own value drop? I would think at 37 or 38, or maybe he's even 41. I forget. Like,
yeah, I believe he's in his 40s now.
Yeah, okay, yeah, 40s. Like, you're great and everything, but like, if the next wave is coming in, like, have you exhausted your bargaining chip? And I'm starting to, like I said earlier, I think I'm just starting to agree with Brian here. Like, I just think whatever leveraging tools you had are falling as as time goes by.
Well, I said it a little bit earlier. You're also seeing the NFL move to the more mobile quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers is not that.
Yeah, you're not mobile when you're older than me, man.
Well, I
mean, he wasn't, even when he was younger, he wasn't, it's just, he's not a mobile quarterback.
It's a nice fit.
Yeah, Mike Evans isn't getting any younger. We've seen Chris Godwin have some bad injuries, but he has re-signed with the team. This really hurts Jalen McMillan, who they just took last year, and who a lot of people had high hopes for. I think this kind of erases him from fantasy relevance. But that's a very good offense, even still.
Mm-hmm.
And, Baker Mayfield is playing the best quarterback play of his career. I think he's playing really good football, and I think he'll know how to utilize that skill set. And whereas this is not somebody that could ever take over the Mike Evans role, I think he is very much the heir apparent to the Chris Godwin role.
Mm-hmm. Mike Evans.
Going back to the Aaron Rodgers conversation real quick.
Yeah.
I think the problem with Rodgers is that he eliminated himself for too many teams by taking as long as he did.
Yes.
I think he had opportunity to sign with a number of teams and influence their offseason plans. And by approaching things the way that he did, he forced teams to move on without him. We saw the Giants do that with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. We saw, just quarterbacks go, to Cleveland that, are now saying we're going elsewhere. Minnesota has given kind of the nod of approval towards J.J. McCarthy, and it pretty much just left the Steelers as that last case scenario. And, whereas Pittsburgh has come out, Tomlin has said, we don't have a timetable for Aaron Rodgers. This is kind of the way that he handles business, and we're going to let him do his thing. That also puts them in a precarious position because I have to say, as much as they don't want to have a timeline on it, the time limit was the draft. They had to know coming into tonight what Rodgers was going to do. And I think pick 21 is going to be very telling for Pittsburgh because if they don't take a Sanders or even a Dart, if that's their preference, it tells you what you need to know about the Aaron Rodgers situation because they have to leave this draft with a new starting quarterback. I don't think anybody believes Mason Rudolph is ready to carry the torch for that team. Mike Tomlin has an incredible record of winning seasons that I don't think he is willing to give up off, the back of Aaron Rodgers' indecisiveness.
I really
agree.
think they go for it here. I don't think you can wait for a 41, 42-year-old man to make up his mind and just be a little diva. I really think you got to go for Sanders here at 21. And I'm fully supportive of that move if they decide to do that.
Other than Travis Hunter, have we seen a receiver go?
Ted McMillan went 8th overall to the
Yeah,
Panthers.
yeah, that's right.
And then Emeka Egbuka just went 19th to the Buccaneers. So that is 3 receivers off the board.
Yep, good picks.
And like I said, Matthew Golden is going to be the next name to watch as far as receivers go. I didn't personally have a first round grade on Matthew Golden as a receiver. I actually thought that Isaiah Bond was the better wide receiver at Texas over the last year. But Bond has had a lot of issues, some run-ins with police, a disappointing combine. He was the one who said he was going to break Xavier Worthy's 40-time record, said he was going to run the 4.2 or 4.19, and then ended up running, like in the late 4.4s, I think, maybe early 4.4s.
Doesn't mean he sucks.
Not at all. I think he's one of those that plays faster than he ran. And I think the opposite is true of Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden ran the 4.29, I believe it was, at the combine, and that really jumped up his draft stock. But that doesn't mean that he plays at a 4.29. I think he's a good wide receiver. I just don't think that he is a number one.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of taking receivers that can't give you wide receiver 1 production in the first round. Emeka Egbuka, JSN, these guys are slot merchants that can win inside or outside. They can be better slots, but they can be a number 1 target for their team, especially when compared with another, dynamic threat, especially like a tight end. We saw Rob Gronkowski and Wes Welker do a lot of damage for New England at that kind of combination. But Matthew Golden, I just don't see in that same mold. Wouldn't surprise me if we hear his name called next, but
I still think it's going to be Hampton. Oh, he's going back to Don's favorite jersey there.
Yeah, which I revealed as Des Bryant's, but it can be whoever.
Could
I
be
believe
Michael
CeeDee
Irvin.
Lamb now, right?
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb. Whatever. I can't take the tag off. And this came from China. I think Brad's been in that category before where he got some.
You were getting booze in the chat.
Pitched on bullshit. Yeah.
We're also getting some more dynasty talk from Kyle.
Yeah.
So I'll share some insight with you just while we're waiting on the Broncos pick to be announced.
All right, what's up?
Pick 6 is very, very widely coveted as an Emeka Egbuka landing spot for Mario in the league.
Sure.
But now there is talk that Kyle could potentially take Egbuka at 3 instead of Ted McMillan, who went 8th overall to Carolina. So both guys really like Egbuka. I don't know if Kyle is willing to pull the trigger on Egbuka with Tampa Bay. One thing to know about Tampa Bay is Godwin is under contract for at least 2 more years with Tampa Bay, but Mike Evans will be a free agent after this year. So there is a path coming. So interesting to see which way Kyle goes. Does he take the long-term play in Emeka Egbuka with Tampa, or maybe the more sure right-away thing with Ted McMillan in Carolina? That's going to be a tough decision for him to make there at the 3rd overall pick. But we could very likely see my pick at 104 in our Dynasty League draft being selected right here because if the Broncos take a running back here, specifically Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina, that seems like a safe bet to be my pick.
I know that small person. Wait, I thought I did. I think that was the comedian, Brad Williams.
about to say his name is Samuel.
Oh, well, not that guy, but the guy in the crowd. Never mind. Just there's a comedian that's a really small guy. He's a pretty funny guy.
Yeah. I like the jeans with the like the button up and the vest that he usually performs in. It's a good look.
The comedian or this guy?
Brad Williams.
The small guy.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Little
know him.
person.
Yeah, yeah, he's a pretty
I'm
funny guy.
familiar. I'm
Yeah,
familiar with his game.
yeah, he's a funny guy. I don't know who this guy is, actually. Uh, I don't
I
have
think he's
the
Make a
volume up enough.
Wish.
Oh, okay. I didn't have the volume up enough.
Interesting pick.
Well, okay.
So I'm a little sad to see that. Obviously, I vocalized my desires with that pick.
Didn't
Uh,
hear you say those. That name there.
no, but Barron is very, very good. Travis Hunter aside, a lot of people viewed him as being the top corner in this draft. I've
Yeah,
actually seen him mocked in the top 10 picks before tonight. So very, very good player. Obviously, he'll play across from PS2 in that Broncos defense.
yeah,
I think that it's solid for what they want to do. I believe Vic Fangio is still the defensive coordinator for Denver. So he's going to have be in a very good position to succeed at corner. He's going to get really good coaching. The pressure's not going to be on him to be the number one corner anytime soon because of Pat Surtain being there. But he's a dangerous player. He reads plays very well. He's got good get off. He's sticky in coverage.
oh yeah,
He's got pretty good hands. He plays the ball well. He's exactly what you want your corner to be. And I almost view him similarly to when, obviously, I'm wearing my Desmond Trufant jersey. I don't liken him to Trufant. That would actually be Pat Surtain. But if you remember, Robert Alford was the other corner playing opposite of Trufant on that Falcons defense. I think that Barron is similarly to Alford in that he plays very aggressive. He's going to say, okay, if you're taking out, if Pat Surtain's taking off the number one target, now I'm playing against a lesser wide receiver and I'm going to try to disrupt his game. So he might get grabby at times. He might hurt you with a penalty every now and then, but he's going to jump a pick and take it to the house very quickly more than once. So as aggressive as the Broncos like to be on that side of the ball, I think it's a fitting pick, even if I would have liked to have seen them go a different direction.
yeah. I like those highlights. Look
Yeah,
very
he's a good one.
physical. He looked very physical on the line, um, which is kind of underrated because that's really hard to do. Someone could just hit you with the swim move and you burn them, but like that didn't happen
Well, and like
for him.
I was talking about the Texas wide receivers between Isaiah Bond, the secret agent, but then
Yeah,
also Matthew Golden, the fastest 40 time of any receiver this year.
yeah,
Barron is not afraid of going against fast receivers. He saw
yeah,
speed day in and day out in practice, and you just know he was picking off Quinn Ewers every single week in practice.
yeah,
So,
yeah. Sure,
I
sure.
mean, he's already battle tested to say
Oh
the
yeah,
very least. I think he's ready to contribute day one. There's not going to be too much of a learning curve for him. I think he'll get to come in. He's gonna gamble. He's gonna get burned a few times, but he's gonna make a lot more plays than he gives up.
are we expecting Sanders here?
I think you almost have to go Sanders. I mean, I know
I
a lot of
think you
people want
would. Yeah,
Sanders to take running back, but with Najee Harris leaving and Jalen Warren being the kind of holdover there at running back, somebody like a Travion Henderson and a Marion Hampton, even a Quinshad Judkins, all of those names are in play at running back for Pittsburgh, but it's just such a like glaring need at quarterback with Rodgers not being under contract yet. It's like, do they have to go quarterback here?
I think this would be a great pick at 21 because I could see in the long run Sanders being better than Ward. I know that's maybe stupid. I just think he's in a better situation.
Yeah.
And, maybe maybe I look completely dumb in like 2 years,
Wow.
but Okay, wow, it is. Okay, not uh
Not
Told
any of
you,
the names
wow.
mentioned.
let's let's unretire that number. Like I don't know. What's the guy? Cordell Stewart, where they said like he accomplished way more at Colorado and didn't get his number retired. And I remember when I was in the area, oh God, I forget his name. His
So
name's Salam. Um, the the Heisman winner at Colorado. Forget his name, but I think that was his name. He didn't get any credit either, and like he had died around that time, and you know Sanders, you get that kind of credit here in the last few weeks. You think you're gonna get the credit here on this stage too, and
No.
here
so
was
Harmon
the
obviously
spot.
wasn't a name that I had brought up, but I don't want anybody to think that this is a reach. I think I actually had Harmon going to the Chargers in one of my drafts that I had looked at because I had Colston Loveland being off the board at this point. So it's certainly not a huge reach at all. I think this is a running mate for Cameron Hayward and the long term replacement for Hayward, who is very close to the end of his career. I think he only has one more year left before he retires. So this is a pick that makes a lot of sense for the Steelers. I just think it's not one that a lot of people were expecting because of their needs. And so
No,
my question to either of you would be, anybody that wants to jump in and answer it, is does this tell you something about the Aaron Rodgers situation where they know more than what they are willing to say publicly?
yes,
Yep.
I almost think it has to. I mean, yes is the
yep,
easy answer, but it's like I feel like if they had any doubt about who their quarterback was going to be going into this year, they would have taken a quarterback there, whoever it may have
yep.
been.
Hmm.
Whether it's Sanders, whether it's Dart, whether it's Tyler Shuck, or even Jalen Milrow, they would have taken a quarterback there, or even traded back to get some more capital and then get a quarterback and add to other holes elsewhere. The fact that they took Harmon there, who I think is a fantastic player, don't get me wrong, but the fact that they didn't address an offensive position there, I think tells us what we need to know as far as the state of their offense, and maybe they think that they've got Rodgers locked up.
Sir.
But what does this mean for Sanders? Where does he fall? Because with the teams that are late to pick, I'm not sure any of them need a quarterback.
Well, I think that's where your trade back comes into place. I think, like I said, I've mentioned Minnesota a few times, so I could see the Chargers. Kyle mentioned in the chat that he thinks this could be a running back spot. With a Hampton or a Henderson going to the Chargers. I know they have Najee Harris that they signed, but that is a 1-year deal, and
Mhm.
they'll be looking at a long term answer there. Green Bay could be a Matthew Golden landing spot. They have really needed a number one wide receiver, and they're not known for taking one in the first round, but they can easily end that. Golden is somebody that we talked about going at pick 12. The fact that he's still on the board for them at 23 is something. But Minnesota, they need a corner, yes, but they only have 4 draft picks in this class. So I think they are the prime landing spot. So I think that is where your Sanders fall ends, is a team coming up. Not to say that, the Texans at 25 is at risk of taking Sanders. Obviously they're pretty happy with CJ Stroud there. But just it takes 2 to tango. And, certain teams are not going to be willing to move back. And I think Minnesota is one that you do. If that answers your question.
What about the Rams? Do they start building for the future? Could they pick up a quarterback there and let him sit for a year?
I mean, absolutely.
You got Matthew Stafford there, but does I don't feel like Aaron Rodgers. I don't feel Stafford has much longer in the NFL either.
No.
So do you go ahead and draft, and let him sit and learn from Stafford, or do you pick up a Dart instead of a Sanders and let Sanders fall to the second round.
And where are the Rams? Actually,
Rams picked 26 overall. And
26.
I've had Jackson Dart going there. I kind of got nervous when all the talk about Dart going 9 to the Saints because I didn't feel like
Yeah.
he was, worthy of a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
But I think for what McVay does, I think Dart would be the perfect person to come in and learn behind Stafford. If you remember when Stafford came into the league, he had a huge arm, not too good
Yeah.
at reading defenses, not too
No.
good at calling protection. I
Yeah.
think going into his third year as a starter in the NFL, he had still thrown more interceptions than touchdowns, which is just awful because, with Stafford, he could throw it 80 miles an hour, but it's not really doing you a lot of good if it's right into a safety's hands. Jackson Dart has similar gunslinging mentality. He has those same capabilities. And a lot of Jackson Dart's issues at the next level won't be his physical limitations, but rather his above the neck. And McVay is the perfect person to kind of wrangle him in and teach him how he needs to be successful at the next level. Letting him sit behind Stafford for a year or two, I think would be great for Jackson Dart and his prospects as a pro quarterback. I don't think he's a quarterback that you want starting day one if you can help it, but obviously a much better, much more capable pro quarterback than Stetson Bennett. And I think that would be the kind of quarterback that you need to run the McVay offense in the post Stafford era. So I'd love to see Dart at 26. I just think another team's going to come up, Cleveland, especially after their move back from 2 to 5. They've got extra ammunition to come up to 24 and take Shedeur Sanders to be their long-term starter. And he's somebody that could beat out a Flacco for day one, or he could be your backup behind Flacco until you view him as being ready. I do see some more stuff coming through the chat. Don asked about my opinion of Sanders being the most accurate quarterback, if that's still holding. That's not really an opinion of mine. That's just statistical fact. Shedeur Sanders has better.
I think so.
He has better accuracy metrics than any other quarterback you can think of and put out there. He's more accurate as a passer than Peyton Manning, Trevor Lawrence, Andrew Luck, you name it. He tops all of them as far as his,
Really?
the percentage of his balls that are deemed catchable, the windows that he throws into. A lot of his issues had nothing to do with his arm. A lot of it was the protection failing him or him being so gun shy from grenades going off in his face that he had happy feet. So the team that takes Shedeur Sanders is going to really have to make him comfortable in the pocket, give him a good offensive line in front of him, let him get comfortable so he can sit and make throws because he is that accurate of a passer. He can be much better on schedule than off schedule. He has some athleticism. I'd say maybe not so much as like an Aaron Rodgers, which is who I would compare a Michael Penix to, where he can be accurate. I think he's closer to a Patrick Mahomes in that he's going to make a few plays here or there with his feet when they're open, but you shouldn't ever look to him running as a first option. He wants to sit back and kill you with his arm, and he's very capable of doing so.
I think the later he falls, the better offensive line he has, and the better he can prove how good he actually is. But, I guess that just depends on the team. And if that team has a horrible offensive line.
Yeah, that's the big thing for them.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about Cleveland possibly coming up and getting them, or the Giants possibly coming back up to get them at the end of the, towards the latter part of the first round here. It's, the state of that offensive line is going to be so big for him, more so than anything else. I think he's one of those players that the weapons don't matter nearly as much as the protection does. I think if you give him time to throw, it does not matter who his receivers are. He's going to find an open man. He's going to make every throw that you need him to make. But at the same time, it doesn't matter if you have, the reincarnation of Julio Jones, Larry Fitzgerald, and AJ Green out there. If you do not give him a clean pocket to throw from, everything breaks down in front of him, and he's not somebody that extends plays the way that you want. He gets so focused on watching the pass rush that he takes his eyes off of what's downfield, and that's what leads to him being sacked so much. We saw that with Caleb Williams last year. Caleb Williams has all the requisite athleticism. He's got the arm. He can make every throw, but he was pressured more than any other quarterback in the league, not named C.J. Stroud. and I think it was 68 sacks that that offensive line gave up of Caleb Williams. And Sanders has some of the similar thoughts of holding on to the ball too long, not getting through his reads quick enough for what the offensive line can protect for him. So you give him protection and your offense will do really well under Sanders. So I don't think that this slide is a knock on his talent, but maybe his personality. There are just going to be some teams that honestly don't want to put up with the Sanders related circus.
I get that. But I also get everything you said before that.
He is a polarizing player, to be sure. I am very, very happy about this pick. As it comes in, we see Omarion Hampton, running back for North Carolina. I know it sounds crazy to say, and you hear this about a lot of players at a lot of positions. I do not personally see it this way, but there was some rumors going around that a lot of people had Omarion Hampton as their running back one in this class over Genty. That some teams, not just analysts, but just teams, had him at RB1. Likewise, there were some other teams that had Travion Henderson as the running back two over Hampton. I think those teams are the ones that value having a superpower, whereas Omarion Hampton is very good at everything. He is decent in pass protection. He's got great vision, great cutback ability. He does not typically go down on first contact. He makes people miss. He extends plays. He's a very capable pass catcher. I like that about him as well. But he does not have the breakaway speed that Travion Henderson does. Henderson is very much you can throw it out to him on a screen and he'll take it 75 yards. Hampton's not going to have a lot of 80-yard plays under his belt, but those aren't very common in the NFL anyway. So that's not how I grade my running back prospects.
Sure.
But this is somebody that can take work away from Najee Harris year one and absolutely dominate going forward. So not a bad landing spot at all as far as Hampton going there to the Chargers. This is exactly the kind of football that they want to play under Harbaugh.
Oh, wow. The acceleration is really nice in these clips too. Yeah.
This will be where you see Green Bay go crazy.
Yeah, they've been waiting for this.
Yeah. And I think
you're just talking about the crowd. I thought you meant Green Bay as a team is about to go crazy.
No, just the crowd.
What are they going to do? Are they taking Shedeur Sanders to sit behind Jordan Love?
No, actually, I think they take Mike Green, but
I could see it. I mean,
it's a big crowd too, man.
Yeah.
It's a big crowd.
Mike Green, like I said, a lot of people had pegged him to the Falcons at 15, so being here at 23 is a little bit of a fall. Again, he does have a lot of character concerns. I believe there were some sexual assault allegations. And whereas, one was back in high school and it's already been cleared up, there's another allegation against him from more recent. And so now you start getting into a repeat offender situation. That's going to scare a lot of teams off. Matthew Golden is still a name that I'd watch for here. Christian Watson is their de facto number one wide receiver. He can't stay healthy. He tore his ACL. He had a lot of issues with his legs anyway. I think it was his calves. He had to go to a specialist to figure out why one calf was 70% of the size of the other. He had an imbalance there, and they were trying to get that figured out, and then he tore his ACL in the middle of last season. So I think they believe he is going to miss all of 2025. So now you've got Romeo Doubs, you've got Dontavian Wicks. Obviously, Jaden Reed is still there, but none of those guys are a true outside number one threat. And if they view Matthew Golden as that, I could see it being a worthwhile pick. Josh Jacobs might only have a couple of productive years left. Obviously, you just paid Jordan Love. You cannot send that kind of money to a quarterback and not produce on the offensive side of the ball. So Matthew Golden going here would make a lot of sense, but Mike Green is a good value as well. Green Bay is going to milk every second of this clock that they can, I think, just to
whatever, man.
They got the crowd going.
Yeah.
Do we have any Packers fans on the live chat?
I hope not. Just kidding.
Okay, cool. Because I love to shit on the Packers fans. They're like, we're like 15-time NFL champs. So I was like, yeah, well, some of those were when there was like 5 teams in the league. So
People don't
you're kind of
forget.
like the Celtics of the NBA. And you're both on green. So, you know, coincidence? No. For Boston over Green Bay. Like Cam Ward said, Green Bay is not cool. I've never been there. So, Brian, maybe you been there?
I've been close, but I've never
Close?
been up to Green Bay. I've been to central Wisconsin, and
I'm
literally the worst 2 weeks of my life because
I'm
it was
sure.
in February, and just I had to go up there for a school. So not only
Yeah,
was I in school, but I
yeah,
was miserably cold. Being from the South, it was
yeah.
just not where I needed to be.
I'm sure seeing a place of like complete football history is really, really cool. But like outside of that, come on.
No, I would
But
You're
not.
not even Milwaukee. You're like just a
well, the thing to
random
know about my brother too is
second
that
city.
not only is he used to Georgia weather, he's also
Mhm,
one of the most cold-natured people I know.
Yeah,
mhm.
Brian is the type of person that you don't want to ride with him in the winter because I guarantee you he will have that heat so far cranked up that it'll melt your face. I
No,
literally will ride in the car with him and he will have me sweating, and you do
yes.
not
no.
touch the dial either. You get no relief. You just have to sit there in Davy Jones' locker and
Hey,
Yeah,
sweat so that he's comfortable because he does not do the cold at all.
now
I'd rather be
now
cold. Yeah.
now I have moved up in the world, and
Oh, okay.
so my truck has dual climate, so you can be comfortable over there on the passenger side, and I can be comfortable on my side,
I don't know
and
about that.
you know
I ain't no scrub. I'll just drive my own car.
there you
Yeah,
go.
no. I know one guy. He went to Green Bay University, and I don't know. He couldn't even sell me on it. He was like, "Oh, it's got." I was like, "What do you have? The Great Lakes? Do you have anything?" He's like, "No, we just have cheese and fucking ice." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Plenty of ice though, right?
And the Packers is like, "Yeah, well, haven't they won like 2, 3 Super Bowls?" "Oh, but we won like 15 in NFL championships." It's like, well, those didn't really count, kind of.
What's crazy about the Packers is you never see them without an answer at quarterback. And knowing how important the quarterback position is in the NFL, you'd expect Green Bay to have so much more postseason success that they do. I mean, they went from Brett. I mean, they had Bart Starr, obviously. They went from Brett Favre to Aaron
Aaron
Rodgers, and then
Rodgers,
from Aaron
Jordan
Rodgers
Love.
to Jordan Love.
Yep,
It's like they
yep.
never have that year where it's like, well, we're just going to have to throw Teddy Bridgewater out there this year and hope for the best
Yeah.
Yeah.
until we can
Yeah,
draft
get
a
some
suitable
hardships,
replacement.
man.
They they
Experience
always have a
hardship.
starting quarterback.
Experience the struggle.
I mean, they even had to start Matt Flynn, and he comes out and throws 7 touchdowns in a game and
Doesn't he? Yeah.
gets a huge contract from the Seahawks after one game, then gets benched for Russell Wilson, in
The
training camp.
luckiest thing I've ever heard. I hope this is the worst pick they've ever made, and the whole crowd boos. I hope this is Kristaps Porzingis of the NBA.
I don't know that it matters who they take. I don't think this crowd's going to boo them at all.
No, that's a good point.
I mean, it would have to be like a punter for them to be upset.
Oh, please be a punter. Who? Malik Murphy.
That would probably be the first time in history a punter got taken in round one.
Ooh, I've watched videos on that. I think it's happened. I'd
Somebody
have
took
to
a punter.
I'd have to point you to a YouTuber named KTO.
Hey, we're not plugging other guys right now. This is our
No,
live stream.
yeah, well, he's a great guy, but yeah, he's got he's got enough followers. He's got near 1 million. Oh my God, that's a huge crowd.
Yeah, every time they pan out, I just see more and more people than I did the last time they showed the
That's
crowd.
an anthill, dude.
Are
That's an
more people
anthill.
showing up late because they were pre-gaming,
Hell
waiting
yeah.
for the
Might
Green
be.
Bay pick?
That's a Wisconsin. That's a Wisconsin thing. Yeah. Hell yeah.
I mean, that might be all of Wisconsin's population there right now.
Oh, I know like 5 people from Wisconsin, and they're like, hell yeah, we go to Badgers games, we get drunk as hell, and we go to Packers games, we get drunk as hell, and then they win. In the Packers case, not Wisconsin.
Wisconsin's had some
Well,
decent teams.
sometimes Wisconsin. Dragging this out, aren't we?
Oh yeah.
Oh, here we go. Let's
It
see.
said selection on screen for like the last 2 minutes.
All right.
This guy won't spit it out. But I think this is
Oh,
pretty common for
okay.
a draft site pick. I
You
mean,
guys haven't gotten it
Mm.
either.
nope.
All
Yeah.
right, give me a minute. Give
Oh,
me
I
a
see it
minute.
now.
All right.
Trying to make me look good on the stream. I appreciate it.
Here we are. Yep.
Green Bay's like, man, you've been talking about Matthew Golden for the last hour.
Well, I like
Let's just go ahead and make this pick.
like that shirt.
Pretty sharp.
Got a shirt just like it, man. No, Pack, no.
It's almost like he was going to. He knew he was going to the Packers with that suit.
I
I think
mean,
it's just gold, isn't it?
yeah, it's just
Because his
gold.
name is Matthew Golden. What you see green is all the green lighting because of it being Green
Yeah,
Bay.
maybe. Well, it looks like he has black in there too.
Yeah,
I don't think
black
it's
and
all
gold. Those are
Black,
those
black
are
is
Saints
not-
colors more than anything.
That's
Yeah.
true too.
Yeah.
But his name is Matthew Golden, so he's wearing a golden suit. It's a very on brand.
How
But
long
like I
is this
said, you know,
tunnel?
this is with the injury to Christian Watson and the obvious need for that offense. All the things I spoke a moment ago about Matthew Golden. This is obviously a good pick for Green Bay. Whereas he's not my favorite wide receiver prospect. I do have a few guys ahead of him. You know,
Unpicked.
he's got the experience. He's got the physical qualifications for this type of pick, and I think he's going to be a good addition to the offense. They needed it.
You've got some guys that you like ahead of him unpicked.
I could probably come up with a receiver or two if I wanted to that are
Okay,
still around.
Okay.
Jaden Higgins is a personal favorite of mine. I don't know how high he's going to get picked. I do think he's going to be a second rounder. I don't think he falls to the third. Another receiver that I think is a better talent than Matthew Golden that could have gone here early and probably would have been viewed as a reach is Trey
Yeah.
Harris, who was
Oh.
Jackson Dart's top target at Ole Miss last year. And this might be a bold take to anybody who knows, but if Trey Harris hadn't gotten hurt last year, I think he wins the Biletnikoff. I think he goes down as by far and
Ooh.
away the most statistically accomplished receiver last season. I think he wins it over over Ted McMillan, over Travis Hunter. He was having that good of a year. That offense was humming for Ole Miss, and it really hurt them when he got injured last year. He missed several games. I think he might have only played in 8 games last year. Trey Harris did. He's very similar to what you think about when you think of AJ Brown type
Yeah.
receiver. And maybe that's just helmet scouting because of Ole Miss. But if you watch him play, you'll kind of see the comparisons and why I make that. I think he would have been a great fit in the Green Bay offense. But like I said, Golden was going to get overdrafted because of his combine, specifically performance. But he's not a bad pick. He's not a bad player by any stretch. I'm not dogging him. He just isn't my favorite wide receiver prospect in a not great wide receiver class.
Okay.
Vikings have made a pick here. I could see
Oh.
this being a Maxwell Hairston. I could see this being a Malachi Starks or Nick Emanwari. Like a defensive secondary is a big need for them. It's the reason why I thought they could trade back. I've said it a few times before. They only have 4 picks in this draft, so I really expected this to be a landing spot for one of the quarterbacks as a trade up scenario. Obviously, they have somebody that they like, so we will see here soon.
Yeah. They had someone real quick. Matthew Golden against Rice. All right.
Yeah, he began his college career at Houston before transferring to Texas last year.
Houston. Don't like talking about Houston because of
So
basketball.
obviously he had a big step up in competition, and he performed well enough. I think Quinn Ewers really hurt that offense. He could have been better with maybe Arch Manning at quarterback for a full year.
Yeah,
and I think that's why a lot of people are saying he is a first round pick, because if you just look at his production, it was somewhat hurt by the offense around him. And obviously being a 1A, 1B type scenario with Isaiah Bond, where he wasn't always the number one read. He knows how to win. He's really good at the top of routes, but
one-on-one ball is fantastic.
Will Johnson is still on the board, which is very surprising to me. I thought he was a top 15 pick. I think he got hurt last year, which is the reason for his fall, but he was once considered a top 5 pick in this draft. So the fact that he's still here at pick 24 would be a very good pick for the Vikings if they do decide to go that route.
Well, I'm sold. I think you're right.
Hairston ran the 4.26 at corner at the combine. He's another guy. Yes. I believe he had the fastest 40 this year. He did it at corner. So he's who I thought was going in this area. But like I said. So I think Chris sees the pick now. Donovan Jackson played at Ohio State, played
line, man.
Yeah, a lot of offensive linemen going off the board. It's pushing some other players down.
For sure.
And Houston has already traded their pick. So let's see who's coming up for that. Uh-oh. We'll let this come through for Chris.
Interesting.
Okay.
All right, so we've got
Sanders it is, huh?
Don's about to sound off in the chat because he had just mentioned
Sanders it is.
He just mentioned that Archie is going to the Giants next year. I think he means Arch Manning, Archie being his grandfather. I don't think you want him taking snaps at quarterback. So I think he was looking forward to next year, saying that Giants were punting the position, but the fall was way too far. I do think Shedeur Sanders is the pick here.
Yeah. I don't think this is a surprise. I think here we go.
So interesting enough, the Texans really have a big need at offensive line. So seeing so many offensive linemen coming off the board, it's weird to see them trading out. It's going to be real interesting to see what the Giants gave up to get this pick to coerce the Texans to trade back, because it's very obvious that they were trading up to get ahead of the Rams.
There's Coach Prime there, just kind of glitching the hell out of my feed.
There's Jackson Dart there up in Utah.
Jackson Dart. Well, he's getting hugged. I don't know what the hell to believe.
That's more so a supportive, like, hey, honey, I know we thought you were going to get picked earlier.
Happy. Yeah,
they're just consoling him.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, it's okay, buddy."
Like I said, I could see him getting picked very, very near future.
It's Sanders.
I think Sanders is 25.
It's got to be Sanders.
Yeah, I like that pick as well, Brad.
And Baltimore is very hard to predict.
It's a great pick if that's what goes down here.
Baltimore is very, very hard to predict because there's so many good edge rushers that are falling. Mike Green, James Pierce Jr., Donovan Ezeraku, they are not ones to shy away from taking a good corner, a good safety, and there's a lot of those left. I mentioned Hairston, Nicky Manwari, Malachi Starks. There's so many good defenders. Will Johnson, I can't believe, is still on the board. Just Baltimore could go anywhere on defense and be happy.
Yeah, I'd love to see Pierce fall down to the Commanders. because that team might be just super nasty next year.
Yeah.
I believe Don has currently had a stroke in the live chat. He does not want Sanders. He is pulling for Jackson Dart.
Really? I
Don,
love
I think you should be happy with Shedeur Sanders. I would go as far as to say you should buy a Sanders jersey.
Yeah.
Sanders is the type of quarterback that if you like Brian Daboll, it could extend his job or it could end it because you might see Coach Prime take over next year, which might not be a great thing. But Sanders would be fantastic for Malik Neighbors, for Theo Johnson. I think if you have one year of Russell Wilson, they did not pay, I think it's $20 million for Russell Wilson this year.
Yeah.
And it might only be $20 million with incentives. You might not even be married to him starting all year. I believe it was a $4 million per year, like a 2-year, $8 million contract for Jameis Winston. You're not paying either of those guys a lot of money. If Sanders comes in and proves in practice, he could win the backup job in camp and make Winston expendable. He could take over midseason and really be good for that offense. The only thing that I don't like about the Giants pick is Daboll has not been great as the Giants head coach since he left Buffalo. And I'm not usually a big fan of having a second-year quarterback with a new head coach because that regime comes in and they're not the ones who made that pick. So they're not really supportive of that holdover quarterback, and it just tends to be a nasty fit. So Don does not want the drama that comes with having Sanders in New York, but if you look past the name and just look at the player, like I said, he's very good for the offense. He's very good for the weapons there. And because you have Russell Wilson in place, he does not have to start day one. I think it would be good to see. Maybe the Giants struggle this year. Maybe they're not that great. And then Russell Wilson is gone next year. You have a new head coach, a new offensive coordinator, whoever that may be. And then you take a top offensive lineman in next year's class and you build around Sanders and you let him just hit the ground running year two. Let him dive in as the starter with a new scheme. And I think it's brighter days for the Giants if Sanders is in fact the pick here.
Yeah.
Sanders can be exactly what Daniel Jones tried to be but never could be. I don't think Sanders is the athlete that Daniel Jones is. Jones is actually a very underrated runner, but infinitely better as a passer than what Daniel Jones was coming out of Duke and even is currently today.
Yeah, sure. Dart does not look happy, so
I see we've still got 5 viewers in the chat. I believe we lost Kyle. He enjoyed our time with the draft. He did reach out and said that he thought that the draft was going well, the live stream was going well. He was glad to be here, but his job gets him up at 2:45 a.m. and that was a very long time ago. So safe to say he was ready to head to bed. He saw a lot of the picks. He made it later than I probably would have in that position.
Oh yeah.
But we've got Don and 4 mystery people. I'd love to see somebody else chime in the chat and kind of let us know what they're thinking about the draft so far.
Wow.
Giants pick coming in. And as Chris gets to see it, we will see that Don is going to be a very happy person here.
Yes.
Okay. I don't hate that.
I almost wish he'd have gone to the Rams, but
I know someone that hates that. His name is Coach Prime.
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. What?
Hold on.
No, you fixing to hold on.
Wasn't Sanders projected to be 3 at one point? And now we've got Dart?
Look at that. Look what's coming through, though.
What?
Look what's coming through.
What's a trade to Atlanta? Okay. I don't know what that means.
What's really weird about this? Oh, my camera's bugging out. So I needed a close up on this one.
Yeah.
What's
Okay.
what's really surprising about this is that Atlanta doesn't have the draft capital to make this move, but there's so many good edge defenders that have been falling that they might have had to come in. I saw that it came up that the Rams pick was in, and then it came up that the pick was traded. So a
Mhm.
little bit of weird communication there on the network side of things. Still trying to get my camera fixed after that impromptu movement.
Well, I'm super surprised at Atlanta moving up. I did not think they had. I mean, I wonder what they gave up for that trade up.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm a little worried about it because, like I explained to Kyle earlier, we don't have a third this year because we traded it to New England. We don't have a fifth round pick this year because we lost it in the tampering thing with Kirk Cousins last year. So you're talking about having limited draft capital anyway.
Yeah.
So
Did you give away the world for 2026?
I think we probably gave up our first round pick next year, which I'm not happy about. If it's a second this year and a second next year, I'm not nearly as mad about it. I don't
Well, let's see, man.
I don't like trading away your future first. I think you lose a lot of flexibility when you do that sort of thing. But like I said, Mike Green was somebody that was thought to be the pick at 15 for a long time, is still there. James Pierce Jr., Donovan Ezeraku, or Will Johnson.
I'd love to see Pierce go right here. He's been my fan since I've been his fan since the combine. I would love to see him in Atlanta.
It's a good thought.
There is an absolute 0% chance that he's watching this, but I've made a new friend in the industry. His name is Tyler Platt. If anybody has ever seen the Fantasy Football Fellas, I know they are also live streaming right now. There's not a chance that he's watching this, but he and I had a conversation recently where he had done a draft on his stream where I was kind of giving a little bit of input. And at the time, I really wanted James Pierce Jr. That was the guy that I wanted for Atlanta at 15. And I've seen him fall recently, mostly because of character concerns. But taking him towards the end of the first, after you've already added, Jalen Walker from Georgia, talking about an influx of talent in your front seven and really transforming the look of your defense. I would really like to see James Pierce Jr. here, but any of those four guys I mentioned, whether it's Pierce, Ezeraku, Green, or Will Johnson.
I'm trying to contain my excitement right here.
That must mean it's James Pierce Jr.
Must be. Let me see.
I'll try to get my camera to stop moving. We're good now.
Traded.
All right. Falcons pick is in.
Falcons.
And the pick is now on my screen. I will contain my reaction as well.
Hey, there it is.
We got James Pierce Jr. So now that I'm not jinxing it, my actual comment to Tyler during his stream of the draft, a mock draft that he had done, was I said, James Pierce Jr. to the Falcons or we riot. Now, like I said, there were some talented players on the board. I don't expect any riots if they had gone with a Will Johnson or, another edge rusher, because as I've gotten more and more into this class, there were other players that I would have liked there. Falcons receive pick 26 and a third. We needed that. The Rams got their first next year in addition to the second this year and the seventh. So Falcons basically trade up from their second to the first. They give up their first next year, but they do get back a third this year. So we're not completely out on day 2 of the draft, which is a good thing.
But I think that's a big win for the Falcons defense right there.
Absolutely.
Falcons fans have been complaining for years about the lack of defense. This just steps it up tremendously, I believe, because I believe both those players contribute day one.
Oh, absolutely. And for all the people that complain about us taking small school prospects, going outside of our backyard, 2 first-round picks, We've got a linebacker from Georgia, and now we've got an edge rusher from Tennessee. This is SEC defense. This is following the blueprint that the Philadelphia Eagles has put out, where
Yep.
they have an Alabama offense and a Georgia defense. It's an SEC pipeline that's now staying in Atlanta. A lot of people have to be really happy about that. I know Kyle is going to be very upset that he went to bed and missed this pick, but who could have seen this coming? Very, very happy about this, though. You have to
Ooh.
love what Atlanta's done so far this draft. Like I said, not a big fan of trading away our first rounder next year, but I will get over it when we actually start putting up sacks.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's
I
that?
mentioned
40 times?
I mentioned on a live stream, or I'm sorry, on a podcast episode of ours, that if you go back and you look over the last 5 years, the last 10 years, or the last 20 years, and you compile all the stats, no matter what date range you set, whatever number of seasons you go back in the last 20 years, Atlanta will rank 32nd of 32nd for that time period in sacks. Now, there might be some years where we're 30th instead of 32nd, but when you add up the last 5 years, the last 10 years, last 20 years, Atlanta is 32nd on
Yep.
every single list. And you cannot let that happen. You didn't hire Raheem Morris to be your head coach to continue being bottom in the league in sacks and pressures. We've got to start putting quarterbacks on the ground. We've got to start ending drives sooner. And I think having these 2 first round picks and adding to the front 7 the way we did is taking a big step towards that. I hate not having a second round pick, but having 2 first round picks, I'll get over it. I have no idea where we go in the 3rd round. I don't know what our next big need is going to be the way that we added that. Obviously, we could use another corner, but it's way too early to tell what's going to be available at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don, I know you're still in the live stream there in the comments section, being our last commenter here. What do you think about what Atlanta has done? Obviously, the Giants and the Falcons are the only 2 teams to make 2 picks tonight. So let us know what you think about what Atlanta and New York has done. I know you're really happy with Jackson Dart, but seeing Atlanta add to their front 7 the way that they did, just from an outsider's perspective, I'd love to hear some thoughts on that. I also see that Baltimore's pick is in. I do expect this to be a pick on the defensive side of the ball, like I've said before.
Yep.
Will Johnson, a Malachi Starks, Nicky Manwari. I mean, all of those guys would be great additions to the secondary. Very Baltimore picks. They are not shy from adding pass rushers. They can never seem to have too many there. So an Ezraku or a Mike Green, I think, would fit really well there. But maybe they make me look silly, and maybe they take a running back. Maybe this is the Travion Henderson landing spot that makes everybody go, oh, wow, because obviously they've got Derrick Henry. But Derrick Henry and Travion Henderson would be one of the most dangerous thunder and lightning combos that we've seen in recent years in the NFL. That would be scary.
Yeah.
When you combine what Lamar Jackson does running the ball to that combination of running backs, wow.
But do you put that much power in the backfield? Because I feel like everybody would get blitz heavy on you.
That's fine. I mean, Baltimore is one of the teams that you don't want to blitz because you put so many resources into stopping the run, and you forget that Lamar Jackson's not just a running back that takes snaps. He actually last year should have been the MVP for the 3rd time. He actually exceeded his passing statistics for every other season, including his 2 MVP years. His passing efficiency went up, his completion percentage went up. And if you want to start putting 8 defenders in the box to try to stop that rushing attack, that's when a Travion Henderson sneaks out of the box. That's when a Zay Flowers or a Mark Andrews kills you. They've got Isaiah Likely. I mean, they've got very explosive options that, yes, you always want to commit offensive firepower to that, because as good as their defense is just off of their coaching alone, their offense is what makes them one of the most difficult teams in the league to go against on any Sunday.
Yep.
Because they just have too many ways that they can beat you. And even to that effect, I know you mentioned more backfield specifically than necessarily the offense in of itself. But there was once a time where they were talking about Ted McMillan falling down the boards, and he had gotten to pick 18, I believe, and the Ravens traded up in this mock draft to pick 18 to add Ted McMillan to that offense. And everybody's like, man, if you had Ted McMillan where you got Zay Flowers on one side, Mark Andrews over the middle, it would be a scary, scary sighting. And I think Travion Henderson does a similar thing in a different way.
Yep.
Raven selection coming through now. I will let that come through for Chris now that he is back. I don't actually hear Chris. I don't know if he's having some issues with his mic.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
But Malachi Stark's a name I've been mentioning for a while. Very talented safety out of Georgia. If I'm not mistaken, he started his career at corner as a true freshman at UGA.
Mm-hmm.
I always felt like he would have been a better free safety than boundary corner or maybe even a nickel. I think he found his home at safety, and I think that being paired with Kyle Hamilton there and the Baltimore defense, he's going to be free to make a lot of plays. I think it does a lot for him to be that deep, rangy free safety and bring Kyle Hamilton back up into the box as kind of that enforcer role, that linebacker safety hybrid that he was so good playing at Notre Dame. This is a really good pick for Baltimore. I think anybody looks good, not only in their uniform, but on their defense. He's going to be free to make a lot of plays. They are just so aggressive in Baltimore. And Chris, if your mic is working, what do you think about this pick? Malachi Starks, another Bulldog going up north. Still don't hear you, Chris.
Nope. And I like Starks. I like him at Georgia, being a Georgia fan, obviously. He's very ball hawkish. He plays, he'll go back and make those plays, with the picks. But what I really like about him is he's not afraid to come up and hit you in the mouth. So I think you're right with the Ravens being as aggressive as they are. I think he's going to fit in wonderfully up there. And,
Still trying to get that figured out, I see.
Yeah, and I think his feedbacking got a little feedback, so it might be working again, Chris.
The mic is dead.
Oh,
okay. That's why we lost him. You can
The
power
mic
through these
said-
last few picks, I think.
The computer should still be. Oh, hold on.
I
Like
see the
any other-
Lions pick is in. This could be another defensive end. Obviously, when Aiden Hutchinson went down last year, that was a huge blow to their pass rush. So I think getting him some help on the other side, but also to keep their pass rush alive when he is out of the lineup, I think is paramount for the Lions. They don't have a lot of glaring needs. The Lions have a very good roster.
Yeah.
But this is one where you could see maybe a Mike Green, maybe a Donovan Ezeraku, one of those other edge rushers that we've seen. We'll see what route they take.
Okay.
And then the Commanders coming up.
The mic is dead. The computer mic is okay, I think.
Don said your mic is deader than the Dallas playoff chances.
All right. Well, Don.
He didn't actually say that. I'm trying to get him in trouble. I'm trolling.
All right. Whatever.
That was some
This
fun.
mic is dead. The computer mic is okay.
Yeah, you're fine. If this happened at like pick 5, we'd be having a different conversation. But pick
Yeah.
28,
I think it has like
it's okay.
I think it has like a 3-hour charge, and I think
Yeah,
we've
we
been
blew
on-
through that 3 hours.
Yeah,
For
we've
sure.
been on about 4. So
3.5.
yeah, so Malachi Starks. Oh, dude, I've just been a huge fan for a while, and just gonna be great for a team that's already great. So, yeah.
Yeah, Don in the chat, I'd asked him while you were gone, Chris. I pointed out that the Giants and Falcons are the only two teams that have made 2 picks in the first round this year, and what he thought about what those 2 teams had done. Obviously, he's super excited about the Giants taking Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders, and Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart is a big get for them. And then obviously, Atlanta adding 2 front 7 players. He thought that was a pretty good addition, but that giving up the first round pick next year is painful, which I agree with. Don is defending himself as well. He's wanting you to know that he did not say what I said that he said.
Yeah, I understand.
He just thought it.
Hold on.
Chris has muted himself. Brian has left the stream. I'm all alone.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, he's back. I don't have to be a one-man show.
No one-man show.
I was about to start dancing to entertain the people.
I'm glad I'm back.
You and me both, and so are the other 5 people in the chat. Nobody wanted to see that. I only have 2 moves anyway. It's the dice roll and the Q-tip. All right, Lions pick being announced now.
Yeah.
I think Chris is seeing that now. We've got another defensive lineman, not an edge rusher, more of an interior pressure. But Tyleik Williams was kind of one of those players I thought would go in the top 10 of the second round. Obviously not a bad player. He's got a lot of size to him. Somebody that you can put next to Aiden Hutchinson and try to force a hand of who you're going to double team. He can clog run game, run those lanes up. And, defensive line was always the biggest need for the Lions on a pretty solid roster. And if they think that a defensive tackle helps them more than an edge rusher, I'm not too familiar with who they brought in this offseason. I'm sure they have somebody else outside of Aiden Hutchinson that they've brought in this offseason. And obviously they've got more draft picks to make. So not an all or nothing thing, but Williams was very stout at Ohio State, a very good offensive line. They had JTT there as well. Obviously Jack Sawyer is a accomplished defensive end there. That was just a great defensive line for a national championship caliber team. So pretty good draft pick there for Detroit, I think.
So with these last 4 teams, obviously you got Sanders still sitting there. Does one of do they trade their pick away for somebody to come up and get Sanders? Maybe the Steelers, and kind of work their way back in to pick him up, or?
I think so, and I think the real big team to watch for and coming back up is Cleveland at this point.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people have said that they still think that Cleveland ends up being the team that trades for Kirk Cousins. And so we could potentially see that news break in the near future. But you look at Washington, obviously they just took Jaden Daniels. Buffalo with Josh Allen. Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes. And then obviously Jalen Hurts for the Eagles. None of those teams need a quarterback. Mm-mm. So you don't think Sanders is going to any of those teams. But the thing that you have to remember about this is when teams are moving up, the asking price becomes more expensive when what you're moving up for is a quarterback. So if a team was coming up just because they like a receiver, if they don't like what you're trying to ask for, they'll say, no, it's fine. I'll just take another receiver at my pick, or I'll explore other options. When it comes to a quarterback, and especially somebody like Shedeur Sanders that had the pedigree of being an early first-round pick and now sees himself falling to the last several picks here of the first round, it's still going to drive the price up to say, hey, I'm moving up to this level of quarterback talent. And so these teams, I think, would be very smart to trade back, even if it's just a few picks, because they're going to get more for trading back so that other team can get a quarterback.
Are either one of y'all surprised that Sanders fell this far in the draft?
Yes and no. Yeah. I do want to pull up a quote that I saw this week. I've actually seen it a couple of times.
Okay.
And it's regarding Shedeur Sanders. So this is coming from an NFL coach. He said, "This is the worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames teammates. But the biggest thing is he's not that good.
Ooh.
So there is not any kind of redeeming statement anywhere in that quote. Now, granted, this is one assistant coach's commentary on him.
Yeah.
And one thing that I've known about the Sanders family is they want to pick their landing spots. They are very protective about where they go, very similarly to an Eli Manning type situation. We saw how the Phillip Rivers situation played out back when that happened. Was that maybe 2004? Chris probably knows a little bit better than me. But like I said, it's just one of those things where maybe he came off in a bad situation, in a bad light, because he didn't want to go to that team. Almost like he was being a bit of a dill hole on purpose because he had no interest in going there. So he was trying to knock himself off of their draft board. And it seems like he did a really good job of it because the teams that he wanted to go to are not taking him. And the teams that he didn't want to go to are also not taking him. So
yeah. And I wonder if some of it that is his father. Like I said on a podcast, I was around when Deion Sanders was in his prime, no pun intended. When he was with Atlanta, and a lot of people did not like him just simply for the fact of his attitude. Great player, tons of speed, great hands, big mouth. And that's a turnoff because at the end of the day, you are the brand. You are that team. Like when Michael Vick got in trouble with all the animal cruelty, he was the face of the Falcons, and yes, he came back and recovered and he redeemed himself. And I'm a huge Michael Vick fan, but what did that do to the brand? What did that do not only to his name and his legacy, and will it keep him out of the Hall of Fame? At the end of the day, almost like a Pete Rose. Yeah, they did two different things, but Pete Rose is not allowed into the MLB Hall of Fame, and that's something he did. Back in the 70s or 80s? Can't remember when all that went down exactly, but I don't. Is that why teams are not taking him? Because of that mouth and because of his dad's mouth? They just don't want that attention.
This pick is being announced now. Don said he thinks they're taking an edge or a linebacker here. Travion Henderson's another interesting name that I've heard for this spot. Offensive line might be a better bet for them, protecting Jaden Daniels, trying to get back. I know they brought in offensive tackle for Oregon coming in, Josh Connerly Jr. He was somebody that I thought could go higher than this. I think he's a very good tackle prospect. I think he's a swing tackle. He can play left or right side based off of your needs at the time. Not the biggest tackle, but very athletic, very technically sound. I think he does good. But kind of to lean back what I was saying, the Commanders, as bad as their defense was, their bread and butter is their offense.
Mm-hmm.
And they traded for Laramie Tunsil from the Texans. And I think this might almost be like a stab in the back to Houston, because when Houston traded away Tunsil off of what was actually a bad offensive line where Tunsil was the lone bright spot, you had to think the Texans were probably hoping on getting a good offensive lineman to take his place. Well, then you see the Texans trade back with the Giants so that the Giants could come up for Jackson Dart, and now you see more offensive linemen coming off. So at this point, it almost wouldn't surprise me to see the Texans panic and try to come back up for like a Josh Simmons or whoever they view as that next best offensive lineman. I know Deontay Ursery is another big time tackle name that could get drafted here in the near future as well. But the last thing that the Houston Texans can afford to do is let those last couple of tackles fall off the board without them going to Houston. But Travion Henderson, what I was saying before, was a very popular pick I had seen. Brian Robinson has been pretty good for them, but isn't as explosive as one might hope. A lot of people think he'd be better as a 1B or a Thunder component to a Thunder and Lightning type backfield, and Travion Henderson can do a lot of what they want to do with Jaden Daniels. But I like this pick. I like improving the protection for Jaden Daniels. I think it helps everything on the team just flow. And if you don't have to start him right away, if you let him learn from Laramie Tunsil, who's been one of the best offensive linemen in the league for a long time now, that's only going to be better for the team in general.
And I know Chris is a Josh Allen fan, huge Josh Allen fan. What do you think? What do you see happening at Buffalo here?
Ooh. I really don't know. I think it's kind of a complete team, and like I don't know where the weakness is. Like I feel like you lost your chance on defense, and if there's something on defense you feel you can plug up, I would go ahead and try it here. Brad's the expert. What do you think? Is there something that Buffalo could plug in on defense?
I think Mike Green is kind of the obvious name sticking out to me as far as somebody that I didn't think would be here. But kind of the same thing can be said. Nick Emanwari at safety. And then obviously what might be the best player on the board is that corner from Michigan, Will Johnson, who, like I said, is a top 5 talent in this draft. I think he's a better scheme fit than a Maxwell Hairston would be. They do like to play a lot of off-zone coverage, whereas Hairston might be a better fit for man. But you don't have that issue with Will Johnson. I think he is a very good fit for what they want to do, an incredible value at this place. I'd much rather see him go to Buffalo than Kansas City or Philadelphia.
So you do think defense is the move here?
Absolutely. I think they need to go defense. They just pulled up a graphic. I'm sure you read it as well.
Great offense.
76 or 78 wins is the most in a 6 season span without reaching the Super Bowl. That's not something that you want to be known for. Like, hey, we win a lot, but we can't make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no.
Kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride type scenario. This pick has to be something that gets you closer to that Super Bowl. And I think when you look at the one possession games that they've had with Buffalo going against Kansas City and Baltimore, does a really good edge defender that can pressure the quarterback and change one drive, change that one possession. Is that your answer? Having a corner that can take away a big threat to keep the tide in your favor, like a Will Johnson, I think those two positions specifically just make way too much sense. I know there's been a lot of talk about Cook, the running back, wanting a new contract. He's the only person on that team that hasn't been paid lately. Obviously you could take a running back to try to replace him. You just got Ray Davis out of Kentucky last year. I don't think that's the need right here. I do think Buffalo does take a running back at some point in this draft. I think most teams take a running back at some point in this draft. But I think one of those falling defenders needs to be the pick for Buffalo.
Yeah. All right. Well, here we go. Well, okay. That swag. Got those fancy shoes.
Yeah, those Jordans are kind of nice.
Yeah, there we go.
And they are Bill's colors, so
if you're gonna be in that chair, get those shoes, man.
Oh yeah, hyping the crowd up.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, there you go. There you go.
All right, Tommy. See what you got.
Do it.
Give me some defense, Tommy.
There you go, Roger. Make yourself useful.
Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Okay.
So Hairston, as I've talked about before,
Let's see these clips.
He's the corner who ran the 4.26 at the 40. Like I said, I don't think that he was as good of a scheme fit. as Will
But the
Johnson or
speed,
even Trey Amos. But
but the speed.
here's my question to you, Chris. Okay, so
Yeah.
who is the thorn in the side of Buffalo over the last few years? We talk about the last seasons.
Oh God. Well, you
Real
can
quick before
put
you
up
answer,
the.
Kansas City and Philadelphia are swapping picks here.
Yep. Why
Oh
would they?
shit.
That's crazy. I don't know. I'm not sure why
Well,
they would do that.
Anyway, go
you
ahead,
can
Chris.
put up all the points, but then you give up points. So I feel like you can jam it down any team's throat, but then you can't stop them from jamming it down your throat. So I think that's what you have to address.
There's a lot of
And
throat
I
jamming
think
going on here.
obviously this helps.
So let me rephrase my question. What
Sure.
team is the thorn of the side of Buffalo over the last few years?
Kansas City.
What does Kansas City have a lot of? Specifically
Well,
on offense.
well, I mean, receiver and tight end
What are their receivers known for?
speed.
It's speed. They took Xavier Worthy, who ran the 4.21 40 last year and set the combine record. They have Hollywood
Oh.
Brown. Rasheed Rice is not slow by any
Yeah.
stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
Is this pick having a 4.26 corner not
Yes,
directly
yes.
to
Yeah,
try
yeah,
to
yeah.
cover an Xavier Worthy? Because there aren't a lot of corners that can stay with a receiver who runs a 4.21, but Hairston is that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Is this not a direct answer to an Xavier Worthy and a Hollywood
fantastic.
Brown?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look at this. He's jumping passes and nobody's
Yeah,
within 20 yards of him when he crosses the goal line.
Oh my God.
And this is somebody that can not only be very aggressive in jumping balls, but even trying to jump routes, because even if you try to hit him with a double move, he's got the kind of speed that can make up. I mean,
Not
they
just
send him on
speed.
blitzes and he comes off the edge just so fast.
Not just speed, but acceleration. Like he
Absolutely.
can just close in.
So there's a pass going against Isaiah Bond that they're showing
Yeah,
now.
I see
He
it.
got beat
Yep,
on
yep.
the post route.
Oh,
Most corners are dead to rights. And maybe you put that on
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers that he didn't get the ball out fast enough, didn't have the right
Yep.
trajectory. But that's still a touchdown against most corners
yeah.
at the
Yeah.
college level, let alone the NFL level. And he's got the kind of jets, the burners that can help him
Yeah.
make up for any mistakes that he makes. And that's exactly what you need going against a Patrick Mahomes, a
pick.
Joe
Great
Burrow, even a Lamar Jackson.
Great.
So does Philadelphia pick another Georgia kid?
I don't know that there is another Georgia player that I would
yeah,
take
I don't
there.
know.
I was just being funny. Just
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I know.
Like I said, there's Donovan Ezeraku, there's Mike Green, there's Nick Emanwari, Will Johnson, a player that should not be here at pick 31. I mean, just to not necessarily fall in the laps, because they did send pick like 160 or 162 to move up to swap picks with Kansas City. But obviously there's a player that they didn't want Kansas City to get, and they're taking it from them. They moved up for a reason, and Will Johnson being that kind of player that fits that mold of, they shouldn't be there for the Eagles, but they are somehow. It kind of fits that mold. We saw this with Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter was originally supposed to be pick 1 or 2 in that draft, falls all the way to 9 where Philadelphia gets him. And it's like, how did the league let this happen? It's like, okay, well, Will Johnson, a former top 5 lock for this draft class, falls to 31 and the Eagles get him. The only thing that makes me doubt Will Johnson maybe is that they just drafted 2 secondary players last year. Obviously, you have the Great White Hope up there, but they also had Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo, who played fantastic at corner for them last year, with Cooper DeJean out of Iowa playing more of a nickel/safety role. It'll be interesting to see which way they go, though. I bet it's not Shedeur Sanders.
no.
No. I think that's passed.
Yeah, he is falling to a round 2. It looks like.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
very,
I guess
very
Kansas City.
strange.
Kansas City could trade the 32nd pick away, and
Yeah, they
you
could
know,
move back at one more spot with Cleveland.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
weird, and I've mentioned this before, is if you don't think Sanders is your day 1 starter, which seems to be the
Mhm.
case by how many times he's been passed on.
Yep.
If you plan to sit him for a year, why wouldn't you take him in the first round, even at pick 32, so that you have that 5th-year option? Because only first rounders have that. Every other contract second on is a 4-year deal. You don't have a
Yeah.
5th-year option outside of the first round. So if you're Cleveland, if you're planning on taking Sanders at pick 33, why not trade a 6th-round pick to move up to pick 32 if that's all it takes? Because it's not going to change who Kansas City takes at 32
Yeah.
or 33. So
Yep.
why not give up what little cost it takes to do that and take him at pick 32? I mean, Baltimore famously did that with Lamar Jackson. They had Joe Flacco as their starter, but they traded back up into the end of the first round to get Lamar Jackson, knowing that they were going to sit him for his first year and they wanted to tack on that extra year at the end.
But you said it earlier, that's costly. It should be costly for the Browns to come up. Yeah, it's just swapping one picks, but hey, you want this quarterback, I don't know. I guess why, and you want him for 5 years, why can't I make it costly if I'm Kansas City?
Well, and I think the only thing that makes me think that it might not be that much is we just saw Kansas City swap picks with the Eagles. The Eagles have to be viewed as their top competition in the league, being
Yeah.
that they were picking 31 and 32 right here. I mean, the Eagles are the only team that stood in the way of Kansas City having a three-peat for the first time in NFL history in the Super Bowl. And they just swapped picks with them for, like I said, I think pick 162. That's not a very high pick in the draft. That's not an expensive pick.
Yeah.
And you have to think that trading from 31 to 32 with the Eagles might not be as costly as trading from 32 to 33 with Cleveland, with the exception of that 5th-year option caveat. Maybe Kansas City wants to stay in the first round so that whatever player they take, they have a 5th-year option on.
Yeah.
But it's more so not talking about Kansas City's viewpoint, but whatever team eventually takes Sanders, whoever that may be, whether it be Cleveland or another team, why wouldn't you be calling Kansas City trying to get up to pick 32 specifically for that 5th-year option? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the Chiefs got a 5th rounder to move back one spot.
Hmm. We trade with a team that beat us
For a 5th round pick, that's the
Yeah.
last pick, non-comp pick in the round.
Well,
So this is a late 5th round pick.
yeah.
Oh my. So this is a name that I have not brought up in a while. And I think I forgot that he was on the
Hey.
board.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So Jihad Campbell is somebody that I mentioned to the Falcons at 15, to the 49ers at 11, but I said he was the perfect pick for Tampa Bay at 19.
And way
The fact
down
that
here.
he's still here at 31 is crazy.
Mhm.
I did not realize that he hadn't been taken. And I also blame Mel Kiper for that because I've been looking at the Mel Kiper's top 5 available, and
Yeah.
he was not listed as one of the 5 best players, which I think is wrong. Jihad Campbell might be the best player available over Shore Sanders, over Will Johnson. Campbell is a phenomenal player who will do
Yeah.
fantastic things.
See
I
these
also see that
clips.
Kansas City has turned in the final pick. So we are officially closing in on the last pick of the draft. No trades, no more shenanigans. Guys, kind of as we get to the end of our first ever live stream, how do you think it went? Did you guys enjoy yourselves, or are you looking forward to what the next one might be?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I like the live streams. I just don't know that I like them, after working a full day and then coming home and, putting in another, what are we at? Like 4.5 hours? No, 4 hours, makes for a very long day. But I mean, I enjoy hanging out, I enjoy, the strictly football content, I guess. I know we've thrown in a couple of little oddball sports. I believe we I personally threw in the MLB for a second, but mostly football. So I've enjoyed that part of it. Just hanging out. The live chat's been awesome. I think it brings a dynamic that you can't get when you're just strictly recording.
For
So
sure. And Chris, I know a lot of our comments have been from a Giants fan, and so there's obviously going to be some friction there, but a
Yeah.
lot of fun back and forth. But kind of how has your
Well,
draft experience been this year?
I'm not worried about that. I just think that I just kind of think me and Brian benefit from like a being prepared, and I think you're just like so good at improvising and like I don't know. I just it was great. It was really good. I just think you're better at this than me and Brian, and
Well,
and
thank
I
you. I
don't think
appreciate
that's
the
a
ego
bad thing.
boost.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think that's you know, you kind of shine and 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 that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Well, as I appreciate the compliments.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it, you said being prepared is kind of what lends to y'all's strengths, being on a specific topic. I guess I could argue that maybe I am very prepared to speak on this topic, with the
You
topic
are.
being the
You are.
draft,
Yeah,
because this
you
is what
are.
I prepare for. I look into prospects. I like learning about team needs and fits. The whole draft evaluation process is my favorite thing in all of sports. And I've said it multiple times, the draft is my favorite event.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've enjoyed it. I enjoy the draft every year. I enjoy all 7 rounds. Unfortunately, I have to hang out with this Giants fan on Saturday. I think we're going to pick strawberries or something. That's not a joke.
Well, that's
That's
cool.
really a
That's
plan
cool.
that's been made by my wife, apparently.
Love some strawberries.
Yeah, strawberries are fun.
and
I
Strawberries
think
are
I would
good.
much rather be at home watching rounds 4 and 5 of the draft, but
You'll see
I've
them.
got phones. I've got
Yeah,
technology at
yeah,
my
you've got
disposal.
it.
I'll be on
Got it.
there. I
Yeah,
can be making picks while they're making picks. It's just my picks are
yeah,
strawberries and their
yeah,
picks are
yeah,
players, so it'll be fine. But I did enjoy having Kyle and Don in the live chat. Like Brian said, I think it adds a unique element that we can't really replicate any other way. It's been fun to kind of chop it up. One thing that I look forward to is, as our audience continues to grow, I hope that our live stream becomes a little bit more populated by different fans. And I would love to see, if we do a draft next year live stream, and I'm sure we will, having people from different fans comment on what they think their pick will be for that team, just from what they've heard, and kind of as they agree and disagree with stuff that we said. But yeah, very,
yes,
very cool experience. I've enjoyed it. Appreciate you guys doing it with me. Obviously, I appreciate anybody that tuned in.
yeah, and Brad and I, being brothers, we play off each other's strong suits. So he is much better at being on camera, but I'm also the one doing all the. I know people see me leaning in, and I'm looking at a bunch of different directions. I'm the one controlling the, right beside Dalton or right beside Brad, where you see the players as they come up and the picks as they come up. I'm kind of doing that side of things. Oh, we missed a pick.
Oh,
Oh
we
no,
didn't.
oh,
I got to see it.
got it.
So
I was
just to
running my
mention on
mouth.
our last player, we've got offensive tackle Josh Simmons. This was the tackle that I told Chris about when we got into the Dallas pick. He's viewed as a very good player who had an injury last year, without which he would have been taken a lot sooner. So with the pressure that somebody like Philadelphia brought against Patrick Mahomes, we saw him running for his life early and often in the Super Bowl. And the fact that they traded away a lot of their offensive linemen, I think they got rid of Joe Tooney, got sent maybe to the Bears. Trey Smith is on a 1-year contract unless they extended him. I forget, but he was who they used their franchise tag on as a guard. So keeping Patrick Mahomes upright, keeping that offense explosive, and kind of returning to that was a big thing for them. So Josh Simmons helps in a big way as far as keeping that going. And maybe, just maybe, he'll benefit from being in Kansas City and not ever have to worry about being called for false starts, holds, lined up in the backfield, or any of that stuff. He can basically do whatever he wants. So
Yeah.
this is a 32nd pick that might produce better than any other tackle just because he gets to play with the refs. You knew we weren't going to make it through a whole 5-hour stream without taking some shots at the Chiefs. They deserve it.
Absolutely. And I don't know if we've mentioned our favorite player. I think I mentioned him before we went live when we
We
thought
did.
we were live.
We did.
Where do y'all think Cam Scatterbo falls? Just quickly.
I mean, I view him as a 3rd-round pick. Obviously, it's way too hard to say what team he'll go to, but a couple of really good landing spots for him. One would actually be Kansas City, who we just saw. Isaiah Pacheco was a 6th-round pick, I believe. He's on the last year of his deal, so they are not married to him in the future. So he would be able to come in and contribute right away as a pass catcher this year, and then take over the full reins moving forward. I would love to see him in the Giants. So Don would probably be happy to see that as well, because Tyrone Tracy, who they took last year, is a converted wide receiver. He is very good as a pass catcher in his own right, but Cam Scatterbo has a punch you in the mouth attitude that they have not had in a while, since Saquon left for sure, but maybe even going back to like Brandon Jacobs just for his running style. And the other name that I would like to throw out would be San Francisco. I think is the heir apparent to Christian McCaffrey. I think he is a better complement to that run game than what Isaac Guerrero represents. So that would be a cool offense to see him in. But I'll let Chris give his thoughts on Cam Scatterbo and where he might go.
Late 2nd.
Got any team that you'd like to see him on, a specific uniform maybe?
Well, the Cowboys, of course. You got that line. Go ahead and get you a skill position in there. So that's about right.
I actually, I'm kind of like Brad. I like him in the 3rd round somewhere. I'd love to see him go in the second round, obviously, but I do think he's a 3rd round pick. I think I'd actually really like to see him at Cleveland.
Okay.
And taking Chubb's spot. A lot of similarities in the way they run and the way they play. I think Cam might be a little bit more outspoken than Nick Chubb's, but same aggressive style of playing. Why make you miss when I can just run over you?
Sure.
So I do like him going to Cleveland, even though it's kind of a career killer. But
Sure.
it's done Nick Chubb's well, and I got to support him. He's very local, or he was very local to me. I saw him in high school, and I'm talking about Nick Chubb's here. I got to see him play in high school, got to see him play in college, and now I get to see him in pros. He lives, or his dad lives, or his parents live just right down the road from me. So really, really cool to see him. And we do see him in town when he's at, on off season. We see him in and about. It's close to where I live. He was actually playing golf with a buddy of his a couple of holes in front of me and my son when we went and played the other day. So super fun to see him around town and know that he is that big star. So, I got to pull for Nick Chubb's. That means I got to pull for Cleveland, unfortunately. So let's go Cam with the Cleveland Browns.
I do want to address one more thing in the live chat. So Don was defending Tyrone Tracy Jr. For the Giants. He said he did amazing last year, and I'm not trying to take that away from him. I think we forget that Devin Singletary's still on the roster, but he was hurt a little bit last year, and that's why Tracy had to play as much as he did. But maybe this is something that Chris will be surprised that I'm throwing out here. But here's a little statistic for you. When teams bring in 3 or more running backs in their top 30 visits, they take a running back in the top 3 rounds of the draft 62% of the time. When you extend that to the 4th round, it's 80% of the time that they draft a running back in the top 4 rounds. The Giants brought in Quinshon Judkins, Omarion Hampton, and Ollie Gordon in their top 30 visits this year. They are scouting top end running backs to add to that offense. Do not think that Tyrone Tracy's job is safe as the starter, that he is going to enter the season as the clear cut number one. I agree. He did very good, especially for how young he is in his running back playing career. But they are going to want a true number one between the tackles runner. And I think Cam Scattaboo fits that a lot more than what Tracy does. So that's why I bring up the Giants as a possible landing spot. Wouldn't even surprise me if the Giants took him in the early third round, if that's how it works out. I know they do not have that early second rounder anymore after they came up to take Jackson Dart. But could you imagine the Giants walking away from this draft class with Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, and Cam Scattaboo? I mean, that just sounds like a winning draft class to me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, the Giants, they're not stupid, man. Like, I don't like them, but like they know what they're doing. And
did they know what they were doing when they let Saquon go to the Eagles?
No, well,
No.
maybe not. But they're not the dumbest team out there in the world, but like they do know what they're doing to a point. And yeah, I can't expect them to make the dumbest moves in the world. I'd love them to make the dumbest moves in the world, but they're not stupid. They're going to make some smart moves, and I have to live with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, are y'all ready to end the first live stream?
Yeah, I think so. Our chat's starting dwindling down. We're down to 3 viewers. Don said he's headed to bed, so good night to him. Appreciate all the contributions in the live chat. Like I said, I enjoyed mixing it up with him. I think I expected more people to just kind of like drop in short increments of time and all, but it seemed like we held strong with the same consistent audience all the way through, which is pretty cool to see in its own way. But I think it was a successful stream. I enjoyed the draft. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow and what happens with rounds 2 and 3 on day 2 of the draft. So I'm sure we'll be in contact with it. But again, thank you to our audience, everybody that tuned in and kind of enjoyed this experience with us. It was fun.
Yep. And be on the lookout for the next episode.